What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, December 19th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Pete Kwiatkowski out, Will Muschamp back as Texas's defensive coordinator. We'll talk about the move, how it happened, why it happened, and what it means for the future of the Texas Longhorns. We will recap that wild NFL game last night. We'll preview the NFL weekend coming up. Of course, we've got the beginning of the college football playoff tonight. We'll talk about the 4 first-round games. Plenty more conversation surrounding the Texas Longhorns. A big update on a potential transfer portal target for Texas. We've got the Bucks Gold Star locks. And how about the 10 most festive towns in America in honor of Christmas being just 6 days away? A lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond on a Friday edition of the program. We appreciate y'all starting your weekends off with us. Happy Friday, my man. How are you this morning?
I am doing fabulous. It's going to be a beautiful day today. It was very nice yesterday. It's going to be just a little bit cooler than yesterday, but it was nice yesterday. It's sun's coming up here, bright skies. You know, our Christmas week, going into our Christmas week, going to be kind of warm. 75, 73, 75, 77, an 80-degree day. So doesn't seem like Christmas, but to me it does. It's fine with me. I don't need to see the snow. I've seen plenty of years of snow and sleet and rain. I like it just like it is right now. It's fine. It doesn't need to be in the high 80s. 70s and 60s is fine.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting close to Halloween, not close to Christmas.
Yeah, it does, yeah. The leaves on some of the oak trees are changed up, and some of these Spanish oaks are all red now. It's actually fall. It looks like fall instead of winter here for sure.
This is what fall is like. And I guess technically it still is fall, right? The winter starts on Sunday.
I'll let you know when the winter starts.
Okay.
You'll try to let them know, but I'll let you know when winter starts.
It sure as hell is not going to feel like winter when it actually starts.
No.
So, yeah, it's interesting weather. But look, I mean, there were a bunch of people outside yesterday. It was gorgeous yesterday. Going to be gorgeous throughout the weekend and into next week, like you're saying.
Roads will be crowded because people are up and going.
Take advantage of it, though. Get outside a little bit, not just on the roads. Go walk around. Go enjoy this unseasonably warm weather that we've got here in Central Texas. Get out and do something.
Good to take a nice walk. I actually took my big dog for a walk the other day.
Whoa.
You generally don't take him outside the gates, but I took him for a walk. Well, he took me for a walk.
You let him out of prison?
Yeah, he took me for the walk, though. Going up the hill is nice because he can pull me straight up the hill.
Has he run?
Oh, he'll get a little jog going, and he can take me wherever he wants me to go. You know,
yeah.
He just gives out real quick. He needs water. He didn't get to go the mile and a half deal. He just says, "I'm not going this far. I got a big water bucket over there waiting for me. I know exactly I know how far I'm going." And he can tell he looks back at me like, "You don't really want to go this far either, old man."
How much does that dog weigh, Buck?
145.
He's about your weight, so we really can pull you around.
Yeah, he can pull me. He can actually pull me.
Oh, man.
But it's all right. It's like I said, it's good to get out in the neighborhood and go for a walk, say hello to the folks around, during the holiday season.
Yeah.
Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those who fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate everything you do for us each and every day. And to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Again, happy Friday, Merry Christmas, happy Hanukkah, happy holidays, happy everything to everybody tuned in.
Absolutely.
Whoa, I was not expecting to be talking about this morning. Right after the show ended yesterday, I'm like, all right, my mind's always thinking about what we're going to talk about the next day. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what Texas stories are out there? What can we get into? Or are we just going to be spending a lot of time talking about the college football playoff and a bunch of other stuff? And then, man, yesterday afternoon, out of nowhere, I got a text from my girlfriend's dad. He's the guy who broke the news to me, and I'm like, I saw his name pop up on my phone. I'm like, oh shit, what did I do this time?
Yeah, of course.
And I opened the text, and it's a picture of a tweet from CJ Vogel of On Texas Football, and it says that Pete Kwiatkowski is gone, and Will Muschamp has been rehired as Texas's defensive coordinator. And my initial thought, Buck, I was so shocked by seeing that tweet that I thought CJ had gotten hacked. It's like, there's no way somebody hacked him, or this is just a bit. He's trying to mess with people, whatever. So I went to Twitter, and sure enough, a bunch of other people had confirmed the same thing. And within minutes, the University of Texas had released a statement saying that, no, the news is actually true. Pete Kwiatkowski gone after 5 years as the defensive coordinator in Austin, and back in the ATX.
Come the boom.
Boom. Will Muschamp. Your thoughts on the wild story from way out of left field yesterday?
Yeah, that firing comes because there's probably just total difference in philosophies of how Sark and Kwiatkowski want to do things. Sark may want something, and he's kind of standing his ground, and he's just letting Kwiatkowski know, this is the way I want things to be run. And that's you get difference in philosophies. You get into 5 or 6 years. I don't know why. I think the philosophy on the defense has been pretty good over the last couple of years. I don't know what would make Sark think that his offense is scoring enough points and doing enough things that the defense sucks. So it's just a different. It just happens. The boss wants something totally different than his coordinator wants, and he just says, "Well, we can't agree at all on this. You're fired. I'll find somebody that will agree."
Does this just happen though?
It's probably been a little build up. He's not doing anything with his offensive line coach. I think there's a difference in philosophy there too. So this is what totally surprised me, is the guy on defense. His philosophy has been pretty good over the last couple of years. Got you to 2 semifinals, and because your offense put them in a bad way over the last year. I don't know. I don't know what the difference in philosophy would be, except for that guy, unless he's outspoken about the way Sark handles the offense. That could be it too.
Well, there's a clear difference in philosophy between Pete Kwiatkowski and Will Muschamp. There's no denying that. And I think you're on to something. I think you're dead right that is why this change got made. Pete Kwiatkowski, and I don't want this to sound as an indictment on PK. I don't have anything bad to say about that guy, and I'll be forever grateful for his contributions to the Texas football program.
Sure.
But he's more of a bend, don't break type of coordinator.
Yes, he is. He's not aggressive. Will Muschamp, at Georgia, wherever he's been, let's go get him. Let's sick him. Let's come from all directions. And it's chancy at times. And, Kwiatkowski, I just got to believe he couldn't be that chancy with the guys that he had in his secondary. He didn't want to be that way, because he knew his defensive line that he could sustain with that defensive line and those linebackers. So maybe, at the end of all of this, and both coaches knowing you don't have any linebackers next year, still chance to be blitzing people that aren't great linebackers too.
Well, he's always been don't break though. Like even the last couple of years when the secondary was a lot better. Pete Kwiatkowski is just not a super aggressive defensive coordinator, and it worked.
Right.
Texas had an elite defense these last couple of years. The Longhorns had the 3rd ranked scoring defense in America in 2024. And this year they took a little bit of a step back, as the entire team obviously did, but they were still ranked in the top 25 in that category. But that's the biggest difference between those two guys, I think. And there are a couple of other differences too, but one coach is bend, don't break. The other coach is, I want to break you. So that's a part of this decision here. And I did not see this one coming. We had talked a lot about some potential other changes coming to the Texas coaching staff, whether or not Chris Jackson would be retained as wide receivers coach. Dwayne Aquina also got let go as part of yesterday's news. That was kind of the worst kept secret. I think everybody who covers the team has been talking about that. I think every fan who pays attention has been thinking that was going to happen. But we were talking about those types of moves. Maybe Kyle Flood, could he be on the chopping block as well? Again, this move totally surprised everybody. I get it. Pete Kwiatkowski's a West Coast guy.
There's some jobs that are going to be opened up that way.
Right. Some rumblings starting to pop up that he wanted to get back to the West Coast, and I don't think he's going to be out of work very long. Oregon's got a defensive coordinator opening. USC might have one soon.
Sure.
PK's a great defensive mind. But those rumblings weren't loud enough to where anybody was really reporting on him before yesterday.
Right.
So I don't think this was a mutual parting of ways or anything. I don't think this was Pete Kwiatkowski going to Sark and be like, hey, is there somebody out there you can hire to replace me so I can go closer to home, please?
No. This is a philosophy difference. And just I need you to do this. Well, coach, that's not how I do. That's not how I coach things. Okay, then I'm going to get somebody else. That's just the way that rolls.
Yeah. And I mean, Steve Sarkisian released a statement, and the University of Texas released a statement, right after the decision was made yesterday afternoon, basically indicating, I'll go ahead and read it right now. I'll do a little screen share too. So everybody, well, that's the wrong statement. Actually, I'm not going to do that, but he basically indicated that he thinks that this decision, this move gives Texas the best chance at success moving forward. Gave a lot of praise to PK for what he did during his 5 years in Austin, but says he feels like this is the right move for his team at the time. He said, quote, but at this time, we just felt like it was best for our program to move in a different direction. And having the opportunity to hire Will Muschamp provides us the leadership to take our defense to another level. Will is a guy I've known for a long time, always admired, and is as good of a defensive mind and coach as I've ever coached against. His defenses are relentless. He absolutely gets the best out of his staff and players and is such an extremely well-respected coach. I know Longhorn Nation knows him well. He led some incredible defenses here on the 40, and I'm so fired up to be bringing him back to Texas. He'll be an awesome addition to our staff.
Well, there's no doubt about him being aggressive and getting after it and being, but it's chancy. This will be all on the head coach, just like keeping the offensive line coach. And I mean, obviously he's in step and lockstep with his offensive line coach, because I don't think I think this is it. It would surprise me if anybody else has gone from there now.
Oh, well, I still think Chris Jackson is likely on his way out because he's not under contract beyond the Michigan game.
Yes.
And there are all sorts of rumors. I mean, there was talk last year about him wanting to get back to the NFL.
Yes.
And NFL teams don't like paying buyouts for coaches. So last year, Chris Jackson couldn't get an NFL job because he still had 1 year this year remaining on his Texas contract.
Right.
Now his contract is over. It expires after this game.
Yeah, that contract is not signed, so you're right.
So that I do think there's at least that change coming to the staff. But yeah, in regards to Kyle Flood, in regards to, Texas hiring an offensive play caller to replace Steve Sarkisian, I would be very surprised if that happens at this point. Either of those things happen at this point.
Yeah, Dwayne Akina's on his way out too. I got to believe this is just retirement time for Coach Akina.
Yeah, that one had to happen. I mean, this secondary, and some of this falls on PK, but I think more of it falls on Dwayne Akina. I mean, Texas was 7th in the country in passing defense in 2024. They were 101st in the country in passing defense this year. And there were scheme issues. It also felt like non-starters were completely ignored because anytime somebody got hurt, the secondary fell apart. Yeah, it had me wondering if Dwayne Akina was literally coaching anybody besides the
guys who started
4 or 5. Yeah, it's like whenever Manny Muhammad didn't play against Florida, the secondary sucked. Michael Taff and Jelani McDonald missed basically all the Mississippi State game. The secondary sucked. Like, you look at the worst secondary performances Texas had, there's talent in the defensive backfield. There's a bunch of 4- and 5-star guys that Texas had, but anytime a starter went down, there was a massive drop-off in play.
Yeah, I mean, very seldom at a guy like PK's age is it, I need to get back to the West Coast. I mean, that's my number one thing. Unless he's got older parents there or something that he needs to be around. I mean, that's about it. I mean, he's got a grown family,
right?
That's here. You can live anywhere in the country if you got a great job or you're at a great university, but to get back home means there's some people you may want to be able to take care of and see as they age.
All right. Well, again, I do
Maybe his
expect
kids are back. Maybe he has older kids that are back that way.
I expect him to get a job, and I do expect him to get a job on the left coast. But I did not hear anything, and enough people who are way more tied into the team than I did
Sure.
did not hear anything to where they felt like reporting that, oh, Pete Kwiatkowski really wants to go home, so he's going to leave Texas.
Right. I think that's a philosophy
That's
change. That's
yeah.
a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of saving face, I think, for people who cover this team who, oh, I don't want to be caught off guard. I can never be caught off guard. I'm so tied in
Right. Yeah.
with everything that's happening. So now I'm going to say, yeah, Pete Kwiatkowski really wanted to go home. Like
Yeah.
we didn't see that or hear that before yesterday. So
So
look,
when you go to San Diego State instead of Texas, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't think he's going to do that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's what people want you to think. He just wants to go back. That could be a part of it too, but I think it's just the philosophy of what Sark is looking for, what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And, PK is like, no, dude, I've been doing this for a while and I'm doing it pretty well. Why am I going to change? Need to change this.
Right.
Yeah, if you want me to blitz a little bit more, that's fine. But your offense needs to be a little bit better too, coach.
That's the thing.
That would help.
Over the last 3 years, the defense has been the more consistent side of the football for Texas. So more people, again, were asking for a change with the offense than a change with the defense. Right? I mean, all the comments, all the texts that we've gotten on this show, it's been about, hey, you got to get rid of Kyle Flood, or hey, we got to hire an offensive play caller. I don't think we had seen one person say PK needs to go. Like throughout this entire year, even when the defense struggled, and they did struggle in the second half outside of the A&M game, there were some disappointing performances down the stretch for that Texas defense. But even then, it felt like, Pete Kwiatkowski had built up enough goodwill with Longhorn fans that nobody was asking for a change there. Yet a change does get made, and it's, Steve Sarkisian's made some risky moves and some big decisions during his 5+ years as the head man in Austin. This is by far and away the riskiest and boldest move.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the same would come if he did that with his offensive line coach, because as I told you, those guys are hard to come by. You pop one of those guys away, you better have your backup plan better be pretty good at this level.
Well, the Texas offensive line sucked this year. The defense didn't suck this year.
No.
So that's why it's like, well, yeah, you feel better about getting rid of the offensive line because it just wasn't good enough. Again, the defense wasn't bad this season.
No, it wasn't. But that offensive line could be worse. Even that's what scares it.
It could not be worse than what it was this year.
It could be worse. I believe.
How could they have the worst running game in 81 years? It could be worse.
I believe it could be even worse. I mean, I was surprised that it got to be as good as it was at the end there. Those guys are terrible.
Right. So I don't think it could be worse because the guys were terrible.
Well, it could be worse, but it'll be. Hopefully that'll get fixed. But I mean, I don't know if it's a philosophy change with what's going on with Sark and his offensive line coach. They seem to be in lockstep of what's going on. I don't think that Coach Flood is going to have much say in who Sark is looking when it comes to offensive linemen and who they're going after, though.
Well, then why have him as your offensive line coach if you're not going to let him evaluate?
Well, he's going to be able to evaluate, but Sark's going to make final decisions on I believe the players from the portal when it comes to line play.
Yeah, Sark always has the final say as the head coach. But if you don't trust your offensive line coach enough to allow him to do at least part of that job, then you should have gotten rid of him a long time ago.
Yeah, well, Sark's a pretty good. I mean, his judgment, I would think, an offensive lineman would be okay.
Sure.
I mean, he's been an offensive guy forever.
But you're right. I just don't understand why you'd keep Kyle Flood around if that's the way you're going about this. But I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think you think he's going anywhere either. The other part, let me finish this, I guess. It's the boldest move that Steve Sarkisian has ever made, and it's a move that kind of turns up the temperature on his seat a little bit. Now, don't hear that and say, oh, I'm saying Steve Sarkisian's on the hot seat. I'm not. But, Buck, if this defense, which has been, again, one of the best in college football over the last 3 years.
Yes.
A big part of why Texas made those 2 playoff runs, those 2 runs to conference championship games, and the fact that Texas was the first team in the sport since 2019 to beat 3 top 10 teams in the same year here in 2025. if this defense goes from what it's been and they take a step back next year, then it's not just Will Muschamp people are going to be pointing fingers at.
Oh, no, it's going to be the guy who switched out coordinators or let one get away.
Yeah. So that's – look, they say fortune favors the bold. That theory is going to be put to the test with this decision
yes.
from Steve Sarkisian. But, man, so I mentioned my first thought when this came out was shock. I think every Texas fan's first thought was shock. But my second thought was pretty freaking excited that Coach Boom is back.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, you're talking about getting after it now. You know what you have to get after it, though, don't you? Players that can get after it.
Yeah, and I think Texas does. The last 2 years, I think PK, like 2023 and 2024, I think he got the absolute most out of his players and the most out of his defense. This year, I don't quite feel that way. Again, the defense was still very good. I just don't think it performed to its potential, especially in the second half of the season. Man, Will Muschamp, when he was at Texas, it just felt like he always got the most out of his guys. And I think part of the reason, I'm willing to admit that part of the reason why I'm so excited about this reunion is nostalgia. Like 2008 to 2010, I was 14 to 16 years old. Very formative years in my life going into high school. And I was very locked in on Texas football. And that guy was a huge reason why. Like, I loved everything about that guy, Buck. His energy, his passion, what he did to chalkboards and whiteboards, and most importantly, the results for the Texas defense. Like, that guy, I think, is the best defensive coordinator that Texas has ever had, especially in my lifetime. So if you were going to make a move like this, you better have had somebody that you knew who was going to be really good to take over. And I think you've got somebody really good to take over.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, he's just proven how good he is. And it's, and he's been at a place now that he's been awesome. He's been around Kirby Smart. I mean, it's you bring that kind of energy to Texas defense that's been good, that's has good players. Can't get any better than that. So, I have nothing against PK. There are times where I wish he would bring the house a little bit more, But Coach Muschamp, he brings it all the time, just about. I mean, he doesn't let you rest.
No, not at all. And I just think, like, of some of the complaints that we did get about PK's defense this year, some of the things that we talked about on this show, soft coverage, right? Defensive backs giving big cushions to opposing wide receivers. Texas playing that prevent soft zone defense when they had leads late in the fourth quarter.
Right.
The lack of blitzes that you're talking about from the second and third level, like those things, that's what PK did. Again, bend, don't break kind of philosophy. Those things that you might not have liked this year, Will Muschamp is getting rid of that. And that's the philosophy change right there. Again, bend, don't break to we are going to break you. And I think of, Steve Sarkisian. Go ahead.
And PK, he's got to prove it now. He's got a guy who can recruit because of where he's been.
Yeah, that's another thing too. PK's biggest flaw as a coach, he just wasn't a really good recruiter. He didn't care for it. Now, it didn't matter. Texas had enough elite recruiters on the staff. Look at the class rankings. They had no problems bringing in elite talent. And PK, like, they didn't ask him to really do that. They knew what he was good at, which was developing guys once they got to campus. But, yeah, you do get – and Will Muschamp's not the most elite recruiter in the world, but he is an upgrade when it comes to that. And I think that's another sort of benefit that you get with this type of decision.
Sure. He's been in the SEC, so he understands the recruiting. He understands the areas that they put him in. So this could be big. You got a running back coach that can recruit this part of the country, in Louisiana and Florida. And now you got a guy who can get you into the Atlanta area. This is awesome.
Yeah. Mike Torres, by the way, with the super chat asking if there's any situation where Arch Manning comes back in 2027. I would say if he gets hurt next year, he would be back in 2027. I don't want that to happen. I'd be very surprised if he does. But he does have 2 years of eligibility remaining. So I guess he could, but no, I think something would have had to have gone horribly wrong for the 26 Longhorns for Arch Manning to be back in 27. But wanted to mention that. Thanks for the super chat, Mike. Yeah, but like another huge element of why this move happened is, like you said, I mean, Will Muschamp's been at Georgia since 2021. Who has been the biggest thorn in Texas's side since moving to the SEC? Georgia. The Longhorns 0-3 against the Bulldogs in the last 2 years. And their offense, they haven't cracked 20 points in those games against Kirby Smart. So not only does Will Muschamp coach up a really good defense, but he also knows the intricacies of Kirby Smart's defense.
For sure.
And has absolutely destroyed Steve Sarkisian's offense.
Yeah, that hurts Kirby big time, losing this dude.
I think so. I mean, Will Muschamp was the co-defensive coordinator.
Sure.
And safeties coach for the 2 title teams at Georgia, 22 and 23. He was on the staff in 21 as well. The last 2 years, he's taken more of a step back. This year especially, spent more time with his family. He's still been on the staff. He still had a role, but he hasn't been a position coach or a coordinator. He's been a defensive analyst. That's been his actual title. But, I mean, he has still been involved. And yeah, I mean, Kirby Smart, we all know, is one of the best defensive minds in the sport. You pair him with Will Muschamp these last few years, it's not a coincidence that the Dogs' defense has been as ridiculously good.
Yeah, they've got players all over the NFL. They're everywhere.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a part of it. Like, you get a guy who, again, has always been regarded as an elite defensive mind in this sport, but you hire a guy from the program that you haven't been able to beat and the program that you're trying to become with Georgia. So I like that move. You weaken your biggest rival with that too.
Yeah, you're hurting them a little bit.
Yeah. So that's like, I'm pumped.
But it didn't look real when I saw it yesterday. It sure didn't look real. I'm like, come on, this is not. Why would this happen?
Right. Yeah, it caught everybody by surprise. I think it threw everybody for a loop. And I would bet a lot of Longhorn fans had the same instant reaction that I had, where it's like, this has to be a joke. Like, someone got hacked. There's no way this is really real. And sure enough, it did. And man, I'm pretty impressed with Steve Sarkisian. Like, the fact that with how many people cover Texas football and cover him and everything that he does and everything that this team does, the fact that he was able to keep this thing under wraps for as long as he did. I mean, nobody really knew about this until it actually happened. That's pretty impressive in the age of social media that we live in.
Plus the guy he's got in the playoffs.
And look at these Photoshop's pretty good, man. We already got good Photoshopped pictures of Will Muschamp in Texas gear. That's impressive.
Now, what will Muschamp do? He obviously won't be coaching the playoffs.
Will Muschamp's coaching the Citrus Bowl for Texas.
Yeah. Oh, okay. What about? So he's gone. He's gone.
Yeah. Again, he didn't have a major role. This is not Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss before the playoffs.
So he wasn't an assistant on the assistant coaching payroll, the 9 guys or how many guys they have at this time.
No, not these last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's pretty easy for Will Muschamp to leave right now. Because again, he did not have a major role.
He doesn't have a real contract with them. Not really.
Yeah, I don't know the details of his contract there, but clearly it was
whatever the $27,000 or $30,000 they pay you, it's taken care of.
Yeah, it was pretty easy for him to get out of it. So yeah, I mean, he's going to coach the Texas defense in that bowl game. Maybe he's at practice today. I don't know. I don't know how quick. Actually, I don't think Texas is practicing today. No, they are practicing today. So maybe he's already here. Maybe he's already at practice.
Well, he'll be here shortly. He'll be here by Monday. We know that.
Yeah, everyone's reporting that Will Muschamp, Coach Boone, will be coaching the bowl game, which is good. Like, give the current players some insight onto who their new defensive coordinator is going to be. I think more importantly, you give Coach Boone the opportunity to see what he's got with this defense.
Plus, it's a good time to meet the team. This is a good time to meet everybody.
Absolutely. And, the transfer portal opens up January 2nd, which is 2 days after the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. So it gives, Coach Boone some time to look at these players in practice, look at his guys in that bowl game and decide, all right, do I feel good about these dudes? Or, hey, Sark, we need to go really attack these areas in the transfer portal.
I got a couple guys at Georgia that are getting ready to start that may be thinking about hitting the portal. Sorry about that, Kirby.
That'd be nice. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that Texas is going to be able to bring in any high-impact players from Georgia, but where do I sign if I
Yeah,
get
and
signed?
you just one will do.
Yeah, that would be great. But look, Will Muschamp, I mean, he's, again, even though he hasn't had a super permanent role with Georgia these last 2 seasons, he's been very tied in to that team, and he also has been tied into Texas. Georgia and Texas have played a lot.
You're right.
Texas has been one of the best teams in the SEC. Like, he's been paying attention to what the Longhorns have been doing. So I say that to say that, like, Will Muschamp is not like, oh, who are these guys? Like, what are they doing? Oh shit, I got to watch a ton of film because I've been totally out of the game for a long time. Like, no, he knows a lot about this team already. And obviously the fact that he is coming in right now is.
And obviously he and his family are excited to get back to Austin too, which is awesome.
Yeah. They really loved their time in Austin, according to everything. And man, we'll try to get one of Coach Boom's former players on the show next week. But every time, I mean, you and I on the show, off the show, whatever, every time you talk to anybody who was ever coached by Will Muschamp at Texas, I mean, these players would run through a brick wall for that.
Oh, yeah.
Too. And it's insane, the energy that he shows up with every single day, just the motor that he always had. And he's not just that. I mean, he's an incredibly detail-oriented guy that is locked into every aspect of the defenses that he coaches.
Colin Simmons will have a great year under that guy.
But yeah, I mean, and you saw some of the reaction on Twitter and other
social media. That dude will be lined up everywhere.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited. Again, a lot of it is probably nostalgia for what Coach Boom did from 2008 to 2010. But man, it's going to be fun. It is.
Could be worth the risk.
Time will tell if it's worth the risk. Because it is a big risk for Steve Sarkisian to make. But I'm excited. I like it. I think it's a great hire, and I'm fascinated to see what this defense looks like moving forward.
Now, was Dwayne Aquino with him at that time here?
Yes. I believe so.
Yeah, Coach Aquino is probably just ready to retire. Period.
Well, yeah, I don't, that one may have been more mutual, but even if it wasn't mutual, I think Texas had to move on because, speaking of nostalgia.
70 years old, you got to have a lot of energy, brother.
Well, you got to be good at your job. I think he has energy, but Buck, I could go to the sideline and jump up and down and cheer and be rah-rah guy, but the defense would suck if I'm calling the shots, and that the secondary just wasn't good enough this year.
Yeah, they got to be able to listen to you. You still have to bring something to the table when it comes to the coaching part.
Yeah, so I hope this dose of nostalgia with Coach Boom is a lot more successful than the dose of nostalgia that we got with Dwayne Aquino coming back, because that one just didn't work. All right, more on this, a lot more to unpack. Coach Boom back in Austin, Pete Kwiatkowski gone, a stunning change from Steve Sarkisian yesterday. We'll talk more about what it means and why it happens in a moment. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Relax the Back, I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair right now, and my back over the last couple of days, BK, is I'm almost totally pain-free. And there's not many days since I had thoracic back surgery that I feel that way. But I've been sitting in this chair when I'm not doing the show. It feels absolutely great. The support I get with this chair is magnificent. And folks, you can get the same zero gravity recliners at Relax the Back, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, all the accessories that you need. Heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free at Relax the Back, folks. They have 2 stores at BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center. Folks, do, as I said, live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. Love this chair.
I went to the Hill Country Galleria location of Relax the Back yesterday.
Yes.
Super clean, great people. Shout out Brian. Shout out Michael. Tuned in this morning. Shout out to our guy Jason. Yeah, they got you, man. Those.
Yes, they do.
I was scared to sit in one of those things. The guy's like, "Hey, do you want to sit in one of our new chairs?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm not getting up."
If I sit down, I'm not getting out of one of those.
I'll be sleeping until you guys close the store, and then you know what? There's a mattress over there. I might just sleep here tonight. Whatever.
Absolutely.
Love Relax the Back. Shout out to them. Also love our great friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home here this holiday season, or maybe it's a New Year's resolution, you want to remodel that kitchen, you want to renovate that master bathroom, you want to add on to your home. Maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. Any of those things, McCall Custom Homes, they can hook you up. They're the best at what they do. It's a father-son team with more than 40 years of experience here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. They're licensed. They're insured. They've been around. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They use high-quality materials. And look, we trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. The Buck has had work done at his place. Rodney has had work done at his place by McCall and his great team. They are the absolute best. And again, free estimates right now for TSU listeners. All you have to do is go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can reach out to our good buddy Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, Cobb salad, all-day breakfast, and happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. You don't want to miss out on that. The specials that they have on single glasses of wine, select cocktails, and, of course, those specialty beers. And Lonnie's, how about Lonnie's eggnog? Got to try that this weekend. Well, regular eggnog. It can't have anything in it, but I'm going to tell Lonnie to chill out on that for me. But they got shrimp cocktail, of course, steakhouse wedge. The classic Sunday on a Sunday would be fantastic at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Pulled pork sliders, great hamburgers there. 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch for our friends at the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. The Buck is rocking one of our TSU lids this morning. All of our merch, all of our hats, shirts, signs, koozies. Got one in my hand right now. All made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo. So if you have a business that needs merch, that needs anything, if you've got a big event coming up, New Year's party, bull watching party, holiday party, whatever, you need some cups, some napkins, some custom signs, you name it, reach out to our buddy Adam, 512-300-9641, or you can find him on Instagram as well at Waterloo Printing.
Please.
All right. Yeah. Again, the big news of yesterday, Coach Boom back at the University of Texas. You know, I am fascinated to see not only with this move, but with the firing of Dwayne Aquina, where Texas goes to replace him as the secondaries and safety coach. And the first name that I have seen linked to that opening is Blake Gideon, Buck, who, of course, was a part of Steve Sarkisian's staff for a number of years, obviously played at Texas and played under Will Muschamp back in the late aughts. Now, Blake Gideon left Texas to become the defensive coordinator at Georgia Tech this year. Did a pretty good job in that role. But despite that, despite the fact that he would be taking a demotion in title to come back to Texas, there's a lot of smoke to Blake Gideon coming back. And Gideon did a great job. Obviously, Texas had one of the best passing defenses in America his last year in Austin in 2024. So maybe
to go get the experience of being a coordinator and then coming back here, that'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I'd love that, Git. Maybe another reunion coming Texas fans' way with Gideon coming back. Again, nothing official right there, but that's just the first name that some of the insiders have been talking about to this point. And yeah, I mean, I thought Gideon did a really good job, especially towards the end of his Texas tenure. But like you said, to go as a defensive coordinator for a solid Georgia Tech team and be the coach, be the defensive coordinator under Brent Key, who is a really good defensive mind in this sports, like that's a good guy to learn from. Now you bring what you learned back to Austin. I think you could do a lot worse if you're Texas.
Oh, yeah, no, I think if you can get him to come back, that'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be it sounds like that could be in the works right now there too. So yeah, man, again, I'm excited. You look, anytime you see a coaching change like this, I always think about checking boxes, right? I want to bring in an assistant coach who's going to check a lot of boxes. And I feel like I feel like Will Muschamp. I got to get used to talking about Muschamp again. I feel like he checks a lot of boxes, but the development thing, Buck, Texas had 12 defensive players drafted from 2009 to 2011. And Muschamp was obviously here from 08 to 2010. So we're talking about those 09 to 2011 drafts. 12 players on his side of the ball drafted in those 3 years. Like, he's got a proven track record of doing that and getting the absolute most out of his players too.
Yeah, I mean, they've some of the areas that they struggle in, they have changed that out. They've changed the defensive backfield, the running back position. They're still leaving the O-line position still there. And like I said, I think Sark has such a relationship with the offensive line coach. He knows how really risky that is when you change offensive line coaches. He really does, BK. I think that's just a part of, here's what Sark's saying to him. Here is what we're going to do. Here's who the type of players I'm going to look for. I'm going to be very much involved in this. And if I want that guy, he's coming. You coach him up, I'll select a bunch of them too. So there won't be – the offensive line coach will not be on an island by himself picking and choosing players, whether it's in the portal or recruiting anymore, I don't believe.
No, I agree with you there. Going back to the defense, though, does Will Muschamp get ultimate authority when it comes to the transfer portal immediately when he gets to Austin?
I've got a feeling that Sark is still going to have his hand pretty much in a lot of stuff from this point on. As you said, because things get turned up, because that heat gets turned up a little bit more, that's when the guys want more control. Now, maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe you should trust in him enough to know exactly what he's looking for. But once the heat gets turned up, you start to say, I need to have a little bit more control of this situation. So I think he'll have his hand in that too. I mean, but he's going to let him do his thing in the first year, I got to believe.
Yeah, I think a big part of this, and this is Steve Sarkisian not wanting to give up offensive play calling.
To give into some of this stuff, maybe?
Well, we started the show with this, right? I just have a very hard time. I know this year didn't go the way that Texas fans wanted it to go, but I have a very hard time. It's not like this year was horrible for the Longhorns. I mean, they were one win away and a couple of spots away from being in the college football playoff. They're not Penn State. They're not Clemson. They're not LSU. Could have been a lot worse around here. So I say that to say that I have a very hard time thinking that both play callers are going to be replaced on this football team.
Sure.
And changing the defensive play caller, I think, eliminates any possibility of Steve Sarkisian bringing in an offensive play caller to help him out. And, I had wanted, and I still do want, Steve Sarkisian to take more of a CEO kind of role around here. Because I do think, look at the penalty numbers for Texas these last few years.
Yes.
Some of the game management decisions these last couple of years just haven't quite been up to snuff. And I think it's easy to explain that. It's because Steve Sarkisian is focused on also coordinating an offense.
Yeah, and calling the plays. You're right.
Calling plays for an offense. So I had hoped he had done more of that. But because I don't think he's given that up, I think he's going to give Coach Boom, same thing Pete Kwiatkowski had. You are the defensive guy. I am going to focus on the offense. Yes, I'm still the head coach, but you are in charge of every aspect of this defense. You make it work so I can worry about my side of the football.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I fully expect Coach Boom to have, full-time power and autonomy. Now, Steve Sarkisian, we talked about how much Will Muschamp knows this Texas personnel because he's been in the SEC and coming up with game plans to coach against Texas. Obviously, Steve Sarkisian knows it better than Coach Boom does. So Sark knows more of exactly what Texas needs from the portal. So this time around, I think it'll be more of a collaborative effort to figure out, okay, how are we going to attack this offseason? But after that, again, I think it's going to be similar to what PK had, where it's like, man, that's your side of the ball. You are in charge. Make it happen, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, because this is a big move. This is a big move to fire that dude. And it says fired.
Yeah.
It doesn't say this is a mutual parting. I got another job. I'm ready to get back to all these things that people are saying. I'm trying to get back to where it said fired.
I don't think the Texas statement used that word in particular. They never really used that word. But yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was right here. So bold move from Steve Sarkisian. And again, the defense has been better than the offense, at least more consistent than the offense the last 3 years.
Can't fire yourself.
So a lot of the criticism of this move is you're looking at the wrong thing, Sark. Yeah, you have something holding your team back, but it hasn't been the defense. It's been your side of the football. So maybe bring somebody in to help that. And in Sark's eyes, maybe he's done enough by hiring a new running backs coach. Hey, Jabbar Jalouk, that's it. That's the offensive fix that we need. Everybody else is good enough. Again, we'll see what happens with Chris Jackson at wide receivers coach. Maybe if he leaves, Sark's like, all right, 2 position coach changes. That's good. We're going to keep everything else we have. That'll be enough to turn our offense around. But the defense has been better than the offense these last few years. And I know the defense, look, the second half of this season wasn't great. There were a lot of things that we didn't like. But still, throughout the course of this season, Buck, the more consistent side of the ball for the Longhorns, even here in 2025, PK's last year in Austin, was his defense.
Yes, you're right.
So it's being viewed by some, and I think those some have an argument of just deflection of blame from the head coach. It's like, we haven't been bad because of me. We've been bad because of him. We need an upgrade of him. We don't need to change anything with me. I'm doing just fine as the offensive play caller. And again, Sark just the water in the tub, he turned up the temperature a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the last guy I look to. If I'm looking for distractions, getting rid of my defensive coordinator would be the last on my list of distractions on that football team. And I don't know where he wants people to look. Like he's made, bringing Will Muschamp back here it's distracted you people enough that don't worry about the offense. It's just going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what people are worried about, your offensive line coach and your running backs. Do you have the right guys? Are you going to get the right guys in the portal? Can you get that fixed?
This reaction only happened because of the change of Pete Kwiatkowski, like you said. Like, if Texas brought in an offensive play caller, people wouldn't have been critical of Sark's decision. Now, they might have been critical of who he hired to be the offensive play caller, but I think more, the majority of Longhorn Nation would have been like, all right, this is a move that needs to be made to take the offense to the next level.
To let the coach be the coach, let him be the CEO and coach everything and everybody.
Exactly. Right. If you make a change at offensive line coach, I don't think anyone's super critical of getting rid of Kyle Flood. I think people might have been critical of who the hire was, but I don't think it's like, oh, no, we couldn't have done that. We shouldn't have gotten rid of that guy. He's done too good of a job. You had to keep him. PK is like the only coach on this staff to where it's like, well, you got rid of him? You seriously got rid of him? Now, again, a lot of that is offset because Coach Boom, the guy you brought in, is an elite defensive mind. But the one coach on the staff that I think warranted oh my God, I can't believe you really got rid of that guy, is the guy they got rid of.
Yeah, it's strange. That's a strange way to wake up to a Friday and figure out your defensive coordinator. I would think that was the safest of the guys on that staff.
Wake up to a Friday. Did you fall asleep at 3:00 yesterday?
No. I mean, waking up and finding out that this dude is really actually gone, and he is. And you're thinking that was one of the problems on your staff. I'm thinking, wow, really?
Right. Yeah. And again, just changing philosophy and getting the opportunity to bring somebody in from Kirby Smart's staff, I think was too good of a combination for.
Well, that's part of it too. That's hitting them where it hurts right there.
And there's a press conference down on campus later this morning, so we'll have plenty of sound on our afternoon shows, and obviously on this show on Monday, we'll replay some of what Steve Sarkisian had to say. But yeah, we'll obviously learn more about this decision, why it was made, and why Coach Boom was the hire here. I'm fascinated. I'm going to be locked in to that one more than I've been locked into a Sark press conference in a long, long time. But it's a bold move, and it's Sark just like a massive decision after not making the playoff. He's going all in on 2026. This is that type of bold, rash, confident move that he feels like can get his team over the top. He's not just sitting back and hoping that, okay, this group of things, this group of guys that I have is going to be enough. He's making a bold move. Again, time will tell if that boldness pays off. But
yeah, but he had to do something. We knew that.
Look what we got coming back.
Man. Will's got to be here. Everybody see that? Gap control. Everybody just do your job. You understand that?
Yeah. That's reaching the crescendo. That's bringing yourself up right there.
Hide your whiteboards. Hide your chalkboards. Hide your whiteboards. Anybody in Austin and the surrounding areas, be careful because Coach Boom is back in town.
I would crack the chalkboard. That thing would just be an all shatter right there.
I mean, that's just insane.
Will's got to be here. Everybody see that? Gap control. Everybody just do your job. You understand that?
Yeah, I got it, Coach.
And the guy's a lunatic. You know, we talked about the move from Chad Scott to Jabbar Jalouk. That one, a lot easier to explain and understand. But a big change in those guys is the personality, right? Chad Scott, more of a reserved guy, not as high energy, not as high motor, not as in your face. The guy that they brought in from Florida, Jabbar Jalouk, way more of that. Pete Kwiatkowski, same kind of thing. A little more reserved, not always in your face, not jumping up and down, not doing that kind of shit to whiteboards. We didn't see any of those videos in the last 5 years at Texas. Will Muschamp, that energy, motor, that type of next level over the top. So clearly that's something that Sark was looking to add a little bit more of.
Well, it's good. It's good. It's good when it works.
It's good when it works. Yeah. And it will have to work.
Yes.
It will have to work. People keep bringing up Will Muschamp's head coaching record. Yeah. Thankfully, he's not coming in here to be a head coach because things did not go super well for him at Florida and at South Carolina. But everywhere this guy has been as a defensive coordinator or co-defensive coordinator, he's had success. Let's not forget, he was Nick Saban's DC at LSU when the Tigers won the national championship in 2003. And they had the #1 scoring defense and total defense in the country.
Yeah, he's been pretty good when he was young. I mean, he's still young.
He's in his mid-50s. Yeah, compared to you, he's young, I guess.
Oh.
He's 54 years old. Yeah, well, that's 16 years younger than you, man.
That's true. I forget. I'm thinking like that's not a big number. Well, hell yeah, it is.
That's a different stage of life that guy is in. But yeah, look, this is not a Dwayne Aquina thing from that standpoint, right? Coach Aquina is 69, and it's like, all right, maybe that guy's here for 2 or 3 years, ended up only being 1. I don't think this is a rental situation for Coach Boom. And again, I just don't think the game has passed him by. I get that there's some concern with that, but he hasn't been away from the game. He's been coaching
around
in the SEC with an elite program these last 4 years. So it's not like he's just getting back in after a few years of sitting on his ass. He's
that dude be so excited being back here.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, he and his wife loved Austin when they were here, and he was one time the head coach in waiting at Texas. I don't think that's going to happen this time around. Obviously, the coach in waiting for Mac Brown and ended up leaving to take the head coaching job at Florida. And who knows that alternate universe, what it would have been if Mac stepped down and Coach Boom took over. But you know, that's one we don't know about and we never will know about. But Coach Boom is back. And yeah, man, I'm excited. Again, a lot of it is definitely nostalgia. But I just the physical nature that he brings to the table and just how in tune and in lockstep his defenses seemingly are and always have been. Like, I'm excited to see that back here on the 40. Now
that helps keep some of those possibly guys that came in from the transfer portal last year staying now, I got to believe.
You know, yeah, I wonder about that, right? You know, Leon Galafau transferred or he announced that he was going to transfer last week. Did he know that this was going to happen? And is that why he's like, yeah, I just don't think my style meshes with Coach Boom? Or it's just like, I don't want to be coached by that guy. I'd rather go somewhere else. Was that part of the decision? I don't know. And
I don't think so. I don't think he would.
You don't think he was told, or you don't think he would make his decision off of that?
I just don't think he knew that was happening, probably.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Or maybe his mind was made up. Maybe he just has a huge NIL offer waiting for him somewhere else, and it didn't matter who the coach was going to be. He was out the door either way.
Yeah.
But anytime a coaching change is made, head coach, assistant, position, whatever, you wonder how the current guys are going to react. And like I think of Derek Williams Jr., Buck, who's reportedly going to enter the portal when it opens. That guy loved Blake Gideon. So if Blake Gideon comes back, again, that's not official right now, but if Blake Gideon returns to Austin, I think there's a very good chance Derek Williams Jr. is like, you know what? I'm not leaving. Like, I like this guy. I know he can coach me. I want to stay here and be a part of this thing. So some of it's, hey, our current guy is going to leave because the guy that has been coaching their side of the football is no longer on the staff. But there also might be a guy like that where it's, hey, I want to be a part of this thing instead of going somewhere else. And again, with recruiting, you're doing this. Obviously, the 26 cycle is pretty much done. I know you have National Signing Day too, but almost nobody signs in February these days.
Well, this guy will know what kind of linebackers he's looking for.
Right. But you got the whole transfer portal cycle, and you got basically the entire 2027 cycle to where Coach Boom can hit the ground running on that.
He knows how guys can run because he's been around Georgia, so he knows what he's looking for guys rushing the edge and guys in the middle that can run.
Yeah.
Oh,
my God. Yeah, I think Texas is about to bring in more physicality. Also, I think at corner, too. I think Texas is going to look for a longer, more physical style of cornerback with Will Muschamp's defense. It's just kind of the guys he used to go after. And that's what Georgia has had, and that's what Ohio State has had.
Yes,
Again,
absolutely.
Two teams that have been problems for Texas. So, this is Steve Sarkisian wanting to be like them. And that should never upset you if he's making moves to try to be more like Georgia and Ohio State, because those are the premier programs in this sport.
Yeah, there's nothing with the hiring that hurts the guys that are here on the defensive line. Texas has some aggressive defensive linemen that would love to be coached by this dude.
I think so. And as of now, Kenny Baker and Alan Clark, the two defensive line coaches, are still here and aren't going anywhere. And Sark shouldn't want to get rid of those guys. I don't think he will. And I don't think Will Muschamp will want to get rid of those guys either.
Mm-hmm.
So, as long as those guys stay, I feel like you're going to be pretty good up front from that standpoint. You'll still see some more guys transfer between now and January 2nd.
Some of them just want to play at places.
Exactly. I don't know how much of it will be because of Will Muschamp being here instead of Pete Kwiatkowski. It'll probably be.
Yeah, some of them you just find out can't play at this level and want to go somewhere else and play.
Yeah. Exactly. Same reason like most of the guys who have announced their intentions to enter the portal have entered the portal. They want to play. They want the opportunity to maybe make more money somewhere else. And, that's how it goes. But it'll be interesting to see. Again, and that's with Will Muschamp coaching the bowl game, at least reportedly, guys will get the opportunity to see what he's all about in practice.
Oh, boy. Remember those practices I told you about for bowl games? Boy, is that going to change?
Yeah, all of a sudden,
a little more intense. That dude's used to be in playoffs and national championship hunts. So his attitude at this bowl game may be a little bit different from the players.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's going to be ready to go. He's going to be amped up. I mean, this is his first time being a true defensive coordinator.
Oh, my goodness.
2015. Again, co-DC at Georgia, 2022 and 2023. I was a head coach at South Carolina for part of that time, too. But
this is a little bit different, and this is going to be, as I said, those guys that think they're going to be partying hard down at the bowl trip and then having to come to practice. Look out!
Yeah, and Coach Boom's been hanging out with his family the last year or two.
Oh,
I think he's ready to get out of the house and start taking it out on some college kids.
He's going to have a mean on for sure.
He's 2 years of just not being able to basically haze kids. He's
wow.
ready. He's going to be ready to go. So, all this game, I keep talking about the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. It's like, what do you expect? Michigan doesn't have its coach. Texas has like 7 starters opting out on defense. I'm trying to figure out what to make of this game. I now feel better about Texas's chances to win that game.
There's a lot to look at. That's for
sure.
While
also still saying I really have no idea who's going to win that game. But I do think because there's a new defensive coordinator here and those guys are going to be trying to impress their new boss, and the new coach is also kind of going to be trying to impress his new boss with Steve Sarkisian.
For sure.
I think Texas is going to care about the game a little bit more. But if they lose, I'm still going to say they didn't want to be there. I'm letting you know.
Well, that's an SEC thing, though.
Yeah, of course. We're in the SEC now. This is what we get to do if we're in a non-playoff bowl game.
Now, did I see the kid from Nebraska is headed to Texas Tech? Raiola?
No. I mean, I did not see that. He's hitting the portal, but I didn't.
Sounds like he may be a texter.
I mean, I think people are probably making that joke because he copies Patrick Mahomes and everything that he does. And Patrick Mahomes obviously went to Tech.
Wow.
So I don't think Tech should want him. This isn't Tech of 10 years ago. This is this Tech. They could get somebody better, and they're going to spin to get somebody better than that guy, I think. Now I wonder if Raiola is going to intentionally tear his ACL because Daddy Mahomes did. Does he have to? He's trying to be like Mahomes all the time. Does he have to do that now?
No, he don't have to do that.
No, I don't know.
That would be dumb.
He's an imposter. It's already dumb. All the stuff that he does is dumb. It's ridiculous. But if you want to be Patrick Mahomes, you got to do as Patrick Mahomes does.
Yeah, with their senior quarterback, I got to be feeling they'd be looking at him, though.
Nah, he's not good enough.
You don't think he's a decent quarterback?
Well, I think he's a decent quarterback, but I don't think Tech wants decent anymore. I mean, Tech's, they just won the Big 12. They're a 4 seed in the playoff. Like, this is what they want their new normal to be. I'm like, Dylan Raiola is good enough to do those things. I think there's some better options out there for them that they're going to be more interested in. At least I would be if I was
I would probably I'd be looking for the best I could get.
Yeah.
If I'm in the playoff and I'm running number 4, yeah, I'm definitely looking for the best, but I'm going to pass it. But that guy's going to want more money than you can imagine.
Well, I think Tech has more money than any of us can imagine right now. The kid Sorsby from Cincinnati is a name that has kind of he's been linked to a bunch of places, but Texas Tech is one of those spots he's been linked to. Just much better numbers this year. And I just think he's a better player than Dylan Raiola is. So that's just one name. Maybe DJ Lagway, although I haven't heard anything about any back and forth interest between those two parties. But Tech's going to be going at the top. I just don't think Dylan Raiola is good enough for them. So we'll see. We will see. But all right, we'll take your thoughts. Coach Boom back in Austin. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. More of your thoughts and takeaways from this move. We've got to get to the Bucks Gold Star locks of the weekend. Of course, the college football playoff getting started tonight. An interesting report involving Jaden Ball that I think Texas fans are going to want to hear. And plenty more to dive into. But before
now you're talking,
we start our hour number 2. How about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at St. Patrick with the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. I had on my Longhorn shirt yesterday, my polo that we do the pregame shows in, and I got stopped with that. Where did you get that? How do I get it? Where do I get it? What sizes do they have? And I said to the fella, I said, "Sir, you look like a medium." He goes, "No, I'm a large, but my son is a XX. You think they got him there at St. Patrick?" I said, "For sure. They have all sizes at St. Patrick for men and women, not just for your son. Hey, your daughter could get a nice polo too. They've got them in women's sizes also. Everything that you're looking for, that wide variety of men's and women's clothing. And they offer free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of parking space. And there's still plenty of time to pick up those gifts for Christmas, for the holiday season. You want to get those over there, whether it's ornaments, shirts, hats. They got tons of hats there because they got a whole new order of hats in there. And they also have jelly cats.
Yes, indeed.
A phenomenal jelly cats. You got to have those.
Absolutely.
I may have to pick up. I may have to pick up one on Monday for one of my granddaughters. Not for me, just for them. Because that's what I do. It's all about the kids right now. Got to take care of the kids. As I said, plenty of parking. And folks, go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes.
And say hello to Sue. She'll be hanging out there.
Always. She always is.
Good. She'd love to talk with you folks.
Hanging out on the couch. She knows everything there is to know about anybody in this city.
Yeah, all of the signs at El Arroyo. I brought the Texas Cheaters one of those for their tree. And I said, I know you guys probably don't put up a stick or something. They don't have I used to have the Christmas lamp, which my wife made me get rid of. It's Festus for the rest of us, Festivus. So I had to get rid of that lamp when I moved to this house. That lamp was not coming this way. The
Festivus pole?
Oh, yeah. I had the Festivus lamp. It was a lamp. It was wonderful. It was a beauty. I put an angel on the top of it, some decorations on it. My wife said, "It's not working here."
It's pretty anti-Semitic of your wife to do that to the folks who celebrate Festivus.
You know what she did? She does have a beautiful tree downstairs. She did a great job.
Well, that's good. She's promoting one religion, but she's not being very open about others. It's messed up.
She's very open. She's very open. And she's open. She's been to Israel. She's made that trip. And she wants to, and she's ready to go again.
Festivus ain't all in a Jewish holiday.
What is it?
With that. Also, Israel is not a Jewish only thing. That's the holy land for your people too.
Yes, it is. No doubt about it. And do I need to make that trip someday?
You should.
I should.
It's pretty awesome.
To go to the real Bethlehem.
Go to the real Bethlehem.
And I'm hoping that your Bethlehem is on that list.
My Bethlehem?
Yeah, my Bethlehem is on that list of places, Christmas cities.
We'll get to it towards the end of the show.
I need to know that it's one of them. Because
10
I did see the Hallmark Channel, Christmas in Bethlehem, PA. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything that I recognized there.
Oh, you think they filmed the movie somewhere else?
Colorado, somewhere where it's snowing. That's what they did.
Usually how it works, yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's great. Well, love Sue Patrick. Also love our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. If you are in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave. But don't just take our word for it. Take these guys and gals' words for it, too.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Love the Covert family. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our friends at centextickets.com. Speaking of great holiday gifts, how about the gift of tickets? Take somebody to a concert, take somebody to a comedy show, a Broadway
show. A basketball game. Hey, you can take them to a basketball game.
Basketball game, a bowl game, anything you want to take them to. You can get your tickets online at centextickets.com. Super easy to use right there from your phone or your computer. Go to centextickets.com, get the tickets you want, and don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10. It's 10% off any ticket purchase, and it's not a one-time thing either. 10% off any of your ticket purchases from our great friends at centextickets.com. Just use that promo code CENTEX10. Shop local, shop Centex tickets.
Sweet.
All right. A couple of folks, 2 people on the text line, a couple of comments as well. Apparently, Brendan Sorsby, the Cincinnati transfer quarterback, his girlfriend just transferred to Texas Tech to play volleyball. Big NIL deal that she signed. So everyone's putting 2 and 2 together that's where he's going to end up. And I'm thinking, dude, you got an excuse to be single in college again. Go somewhere else.
Part ways now while you can.
Your girlfriend's giving you a gift of leaving you and you're going to chase her down? In college? You're working this hard to have a girlfriend in college?
Lubbock?
You're the star quarterback for any school and you're chasing after one?
We go to Lubbock?
Yeah. Well, she's there in Lubbock. That's the problem. If he's in Lubbock, he should be going around. There's plenty of good-looking women in Lubbock, Texas. They're not very smart, which is a good thing. Very good thing. I always enjoyed my trips to the plains. It was a good time.
Man, oh, man.
Yeah. All right. So the other bit of Texas football news, and I don't know if you call this news yet, but a very interesting report from our guy, Chip Brown, of course, part of Chip and Zay every afternoon from 2 to 4 here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. He reported that Florida running back Jaden Ball is going to enter the transfer portal when it opens on January 2nd. And he also reported that Texas is very much interested in the Florida running back services.
Wow.
Now, within like an hour of Chip's report coming out, Pete Nakos, who's a national college football insider for On3, came out and posted a story saying that Florida is doing everything that it can to keep Jaden Ball in Gainesville. So nothing's official yet, but Chip reported that Jaden Ball intends to enter, and I think we all know that if Ball does decide to portal, that Texas is going to very much be in the mix.
I would hope so. Like I said, with this coach being here, that would I hope that brings something to the table.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think it brings other things to the table. I guess you've got sour grapes because they didn't call you about the opening.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I would just think the guy would know the kid. He's recruited him since he was in high school. He's known him since he was in high school. I think that makes a difference along with the money.
Yeah. Again, I think if Jaden Ball does enter the portal, he's going to end up at Texas. Now, Georgia's been linked to him. Ohio State's been linked to him, so there's going to be money involved, as there is with all of these.
Yes, I have never made a call, or I've never asked anybody to make a call to Texas ever. When Mac Brown was there, when I was out of coach, I never asked to come to Texas to coach. I would never do that.
Well, they didn't call you either. They could have done that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's very – those are called mutual.
Mutual?
Yeah. Yes,
mutual out?
Yeah, that's a mutual out.
No, I'd bring that up. I still think Jabbar Jalouk is a very good hire, even if Jaden Ball can't come here. That's why I say that. I think
he's
a lot of things to the table.
He's got recruiting ties in places that you need to have recruiting ties.
Yeah, for sure. But man, if Jaden Ball ends up in Austin, I mean, 1,070 yards this season, 5.3 yards a carry, 8 touchdowns. Also had 33 catches, 210 yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns this season, as well as a second-team All-SEC running back.
That is a weapon.
6'3", 231, Buck.
Yeah, that's a big weapon, that guy.
Run through you. He can run around you. He can run by you. He can run away from you.
And he doesn't need the doggies up front to do very much for him. He forces his own way through a lot of times.
Yeah, he does. And, I still want those doggies up front. You
don't want those donkeys. You want some doggies. You want
some yeah.
Yeah.
Be more like dogs. We don't need a bunch of cats in here rolling around.
No.
Coastal Carolina baseball coach once told us. Dogs.
You need dogs for sure.
Yeah, the big ugly dogs up front. That's what we're looking for. But yeah, look, I think if Jaden Ball was on Texas this year, the rushing stats would have been a lot better. But you also need an offensive line to ensure that your running game is going to not just be better, but be good enough to win you a national championship. Like, we'll be talking about this playoff game tonight, Oklahoma and Alabama. It's like one of those teams has to win. Neither of those teams is winning the national championship this year.
I don't think so.
And in large part, it's because they can't run the football. Like they're one-dimensional on offense. Oklahoma might be zero-dimensional on offense because John Mateer just hasn't been that great since the Texas game. But, like, if you want to win a national championship, you got to be able to do that.
Well, if you want to win a rock fight, you can score 24 points and you're probably going to win.
Right. And having a good running game to control the clock, I think, really helps with that too. So, yeah, that's Texas trying to get back to that national championship tier in 2026 and making sure the run game resembles. Steve Sarkisian had a 1,000-yard rusher every year before this one. So making sure that you start a new streak of that in 2026, I think is imperative for Texas to get back to the college football playoff semifinal and hopefully beyond that as well.
Yeah, it can't be just good. It needs to be very good this year.
Agreed. So new change at the coach, new running back coming in. Jaden Ball is everybody's first choice. Again, hasn't entered the portal yet, but we get our first report from Chip Brown saying that he is expected to enter. And if not, the Texas is still going to be going after somebody. They're going to bring in one impact player.
Yeah, once again, they're indifferent. They don't have to be from the SEC. I mean, they're out there.
Yeah. By the way, the best running back in the portal to this point, the guy who just announced that he was entering yesterday, maybe has the best name of any player in the portal. Hollywood Smothers. I shit you not. Hollywood Smothers has entered the portal. He played at NC State this year, 939 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns. Also had 6 rushing touchdowns for the Wolfpack last year.
Coach didn't get him 1,000. What's wrong with the coach?
There's a lot wrong with NC State football right now, I think. He wasn't at 990. He was at 939.
Come on.
That's 61 yards away. You were 10 yards away, and you couldn't get Ricky there.
Get that guy that's 60 yards. What's up with the coach? You're not paying attention to the stats.
I don't know. Hollywood Smothers, by the way, started his career at Oklahoma, was there for a year, barely played, transferred out, then went to NC State for 2 years. And again, put up some pretty decent numbers. But to this point, again, still pretty early on here, he is the best tailback, and he's got the best name in the transfer portal. Hollywood Smothers.
Nice.
What a great name. And that's not, I don't think that's a nickname either. Like Hollywood Brown.
No, that dude, that's his birth name was Hollywood.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. Damn it. I got excited.
His name
Dalen Smothers.
Keith.
Dalen.
Okay.
Dalen Smothers. I got too excited.
Daylate Smothers.
Huh?
Daylate Smothers.
Daylate Smothers. Yeah. Daylate Smothers. So Jaden Ball, man, I'm excited. Hopefully he gets in the portal. Hopefully he makes that happen. But again, Florida, like right after that, the report came out that the Gators are trying to keep him. I still feel like the Gators have a leg up here. I still ultimately think that Jaden Ball is going to remain in the swamp. I hope I'm wrong. I think that goes without saying.
Well, they better have to find a quarterback to go along with him or he'll get pummeled.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. But if I'm John Summerall, again, John Summerall already pissed a lot of people off by letting DJ Lagway walk. And I don't want to piss my fan base off before I even coach a game.
Yeah, how about that? How about losing those two guys?
Because they're already mad that they couldn't get Lane Kiffin and they had to pivot to another G5 coach. They had to hire somebody else from the Sun Belt. They're already mad about that. And not the Sun Belt, the smaller conference. They're already mad about that. And now he's kicking out the 5-star quarterback, and he's also going to lose the best player on the team, the second team all-conference running back. I just have a hard time thinking that John Summerall is that stupid.
He's about to give up some of his contract to keep that guy around.
Whatever it takes. Shit, he should. Because I would not want my own fan base ready to fire me before I even get to my first spring.
I'm losing players, and I haven't even started to coach yet.
Yeah. That would be stunning. That would be stunning right there. John Summerall, by the way, coaching tomorrow for Tulane. I am so fascinated to see, because this is the first year where we've had like new coaches in the playoff, isn't it? And we've got only one, but also kind of three. Like Tulane's coach, John Summerall, is still coaching the team, but he's also Florida's coach.
Yes.
And then James Madison's coach, Kenny Chesney, is taking the UCLA job, but he's also still Dolly's coach.
Yes, he's still Dolly's coach.
Obviously, you've got Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin not still at Ole Miss, but all of his offensive assistants are already hired by LSU, but they're coaching at Ole Miss in the playoff game.
Yeah, that's the NCAA paying those other guys. That's a committee paying those other guys to go coach their teams because we don't want you to get totally destroyed. We don't Tulanes of the world and these other places to get totally destroyed because it make us look like fools that we let you in this playoff. Well, it won't matter. It's not going to matter.
That's your conspiracy theory?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They threw it in a couple $100,000, a couple extra $100,000s to stay and coach when you should be at your other teams. No, that's not going to help.
The NCAA or the athletic directors on the committee?
The athletic directors on the committee, they gathered some coin. They got some coin for vacations too.
Oh my God. I mean, I love that. I would love for that to be true. That's so outlandish, but I hope you're right.
But it won't matter.
Well, the problem is, I mean, one of these games you've got coaching change versus coaching change.
I know.
Right? Ole Miss and Tulane are playing against each other. So Tulane, I guess, still has its coach for this game, and Ole Miss doesn't. Does that mean you're taking Tulane?
No.
Okay. So it's not going to affect things too much.
I'm looking at these underdogs going, wow.
There's some big lines there. 17.5 is the line for Ole Miss against Tulane, and then 20.5 is the line for Oregon against James Madison.
That's the one I fear for the group of James Madison losing their entire team to those guys out there in Oregon. That home game. Look the hell out.
Yeah, like I haven't watched a ton of JMU football, but I watched their conference championship game. I think everybody kind of did because it had, playoff implications.
Yes.
And I wasn't super impressed.
No, that's not going to be fun.
They were in a dogfight with.
That's going to be a cool bus ride to the stadium and to see the Ducks fans and stuff, and that's about it.
They were
that home tilt is going to be ugly.
Yeah, 17-14. James Madison leading Troy going into the fourth quarter of that game.
Yeah,
ended up pulling away late, but it's like, yeesh. That's what you're going to do against this team. Good luck on the road against that team. Tulane, I think can be interesting. Tulane, Ole Miss, I think could be interesting because Not only is Lane Kiffin gone at Ole Miss, their quarterback, Trinidad Chambliss, is talking all about like transferring right now. They keep they're doing interviews this week before the game, and they're asking him about his future, and he's just like being super cryptic, like Lane Kiffin was.
You get around that guy, you start acting like him.
And it's like, this is my quarterback, my team. We're trying to make a run at a national championship. It's our best year in school history. And I got my coach quitting on us. And I got the quarterback basically saying he's 1 foot out the door. Like, what in the hell is going to happen tomorrow? So I think because of that, Ole Miss clearly a better team. They beat them 45-10 earlier this year, but a lot of things were different for the Rebels back in September than they are right now. So I don't think I have the balls to pick a Tulane upset, but I think there's going to be some sweat.
That's a lot of points, though, isn't it?
17.5. That's a lot. So I think, and it's funny. I mean, college football, the two best games are tonight and tomorrow morning, right? You've got the OU Bama game tonight. You've got the Aggie Miami game at 11 a.m. because the NFL has 2 games tomorrow too. So
we're back to Saturdays.
Yeah, college football is like, we ain't trying to compete with those. We're going to put our good games in these windows. And just,
that makes sense.
Y'all are going to be watching the NFL. You don't care about Dolly Madison or Roll Wave or High Wave or whatever the hell they say.
Roll Tide or whatever.
Out there in New Orleans. So it's the storylines for these playoffs. I know people are pissed. I'm still pissed. But it's just very unique. Nothing we've ever seen before, I think, in the history of this sports.
Just never seen this many open jobs in a year. Before the season, even just after it started.
Right. Yeah. And one of them still open with Michigan. And another one opened up. Ohio U opened up. They just fired their coach for cause a couple of days ago.
Can't keep it in his pants.
That guy, rumors about him sleeping with a nursing student, and also rumors about him having alcohol in his desk.
I think he had a bottle of Jack, just pulling it out, and somebody walked in and he had that Jack up.
Yeah.
Straight up bottle.
I guess you can't do that. Sleeping with a student.
When you're collecting shot glasses from all the states, that's probably you probably got it lined up on your wall. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's display,
Yeah, right.
It's a cool display. I don't even drink. I don't use them. They just sit up there.
Yeah, sure they do.
I want everybody to know all the cool places I've gotten to visit in my life.
Yeah, it's a great job there, Coach.
I'm not a drinker. So,
These guys don't like their jobs. They don't like.
That's the real OU right there, Ohio U. That's another job that's open, and Michigan's open. And again, if Kalen DeBoer loses tonight, everyone thinks Alabama could be open too. So you're right. Crazy coaching carousel.
Man,
it goes to the point, and it's something that every college football fan has talked about. The calendar makes absolutely no sense. This is the only sport where this type of shit happens in the middle of the year, and we have to stop pretending that the academic calendar really matters. Sorry to you.
What about the student athlete?
Yeah, the student athlete wants money.
Yeah, there you go. Student athlete wants to get paid.
Yeah, so we got to stop caring about the academic calendar. Like, you want to transfer mid-season, mid-semester? All right, we'll find a way to make it work. We can't have coaches leaving right now. It's the stupidest thing ever. And people having to decide whether or not they're going to play in the playoff or transfer somewhere else, just bonkers to me.
Well, the only time you need to do that is when you have cause and your head coaches are banging students. They got to go, or staff members. That you can't mess around with that. That's just bad for your culture. They have to go.
Well, if you're Michigan, let's see if you can beat Ohio State. If you can, we're not going to tell anybody about this, but you didn't, and we missed the playoff. Now let's go ahead and spill the beans on something we've known for the last 3 months.
Yeah, since we've known this since October.
That is the least. Oh my God, Michigan. It's pretty unbelievable. That's the least ethical athletic department in the country. And I don't really care.
Now they're investigating the whole department, athletic department.
People care a lot more about class and ethics than I do. I don't have morals, but I think it's absolutely hilarious that Michigan is like, they act like they're high and mighty and doing nothing wrong. And they just, like most schools, when they have scandals, they try to like distance themselves from the scandals. We want a fresh start. And Michigan is like doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on everything that they do. And it's just
they're having a full investigation into their athletic programs.
They're doing it.
Everybody's
I'm sure
on
they're
this
going
case.
to find out a lot because they're investigating their
Oh
own.
no, they've got a.
Oh, someone they hired is doing it.
Yeah, somebody hired is doing it.
Someone they're paying is investigating their athletic department. Interesting.
All of it, from the hockey to volleyball, everything.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll find out a lot. And I'm sure they'll really spill the beans on everything that's been going on there. Sure we'll know everything that's happened at Michigan.
You may want to turn your head a little bit to some of it, possibly.
They've been doing that for a long time.
And possibly you've got what you wanted to get, because the guy's dumb and he just stuck himself right out there for everybody to see.
Right. And I would love if they hired Jesse Minter and they go right back to the cheating well with their next head coach. That'd be the funniest shit ever to me if they do that. All right, we'll take your thoughts on all of that stuff. Again, Jaden Ball expected to enter the transfer portal, according to our guy Chip Brown. Obviously, great news if you're a Texas fan. He would instantly become the number one running back in the portal, and obviously Texas in serious need of a number one running back. I will say this, it sounds more and more likely by the day that Trey Wisner will be returning to Austin for his senior season. That is great news. Nice practicing. He's going to play in the bowl game regardless, but I do expect him to say, whether it's before the game or right after the game, that he is going to be back for another season. But again, you still want more help at running back in.
No doubt.
Hopefully Texas is able to get Jaden Ball if he does, in fact, enter. All right, more on Coach Boom. We got to talk about that. Obviously, the Bucks gold star locks of the weekend. We'll give our picks for the college football playoff first round as well. But before we get to any of that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, they were here yesterday. Travis was here, came here on time, BK. I had that window, but that window was closed in a hurry, thank goodness, because they said they'd be here between 12 and like 4. Dude was here like 12:15. It was awesome. They got here on time. Travis did all the things he needed to do. He said everything looks good. The filters are good. He had to change a couple little bulbs upstairs in the air conditioning unit. And from that point on, it was fantastic. Folks, they've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Air conditioning, heating, and now they do plumbing. So if you got problems with your plumbing, trust that Woods Comfort Systems will get that done. They did a fantastic job for me. I got a feeling that all of a sudden that air conditioner is going to kick back on here over the next couple of days, because it's supposed to be a beauty here leading into Christmas. So trust in the people that we trust, and that's Woods Comfort Systems. Nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more information. You see those yellow and blue trucks driving all around Central Texas. They're always hard at work taking care of you.
They're fixing your problems.
Fixing your problems, yeah. Lay off the Taco Bell, everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, digestive problems, if you have it, drink some OLIPOP. The
For
best
sure.
soda in the world, but it's also soda that's good for you. It tastes great. Tastes just like the soda you've been sipping on for years, but it's got added health benefits, including 9 grams of fiber in every single can. There's prebiotics, there's plant fibers, there's botanicals, ingredients that support your digestive health. So every time you drink a can of OLIPOP, you're supporting your taste buds. Tastes great. Every time you drink a can of OLIPOP, you're also supporting your gut and you're regulating yourself. You're going to be eating like crap this holiday season. We all do. Drink better with OLIPOP. 20 different flavors to choose from, available all over the world at this point. H-E-B, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you buy your groceries. Get it at convenience stores. They even sell it at Starbucks. You don't need to be paying $6 for a coffee. Get you some OLIPOP. Instead, next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Yeah, I made a crucial error yesterday, and I'll make up for that today. I was looking for a burger. It was late in the afternoon, and I was in between trying to do lunch and what I was going to do for dinner, because I wanted a sandwich for dinner. And I made a mistake. I went to H-E-B and got one of their sandwiches, the wrap sandwiches. It was horrible.
Really?
But before that, on the way after H-E-B, on the ride home, I thought I was going to just dip into some fries at Mickey D's, just grab a little thing of fries. But I went and ordered a chicken sandwich, not a crispy chicken sandwich, but a chicken sandwich from those folks. BK, I ordered it at the counter. It took 35 minutes before they got it ordered to me.
No way.
Everything is online there. They got phones right there to place an order there. I just went up to the counter to the lady. Dude, it was 30. I was like starving. I was getting ready to go in the car and open up the sandwich I got from H-E-B. Bad mistake on my part. And I know Hat Creek's not near it, but I should have gone to Hat Creek Burger during the day and had that double that I was looking for at Hat Creek Burger. Don't make the mistake that I did.
Oh.
Don't sit around waiting, and the line of cars that were there. And this time of the year, the lineup for these places, you get behind somebody that's behind somebody that's behind somebody. It is miserable. And so I said, forget it. I'll just pull in. I thought I'd pull in, run to the counter. That'll be quick. How wrong was I?
So was it packed inside too?
Dude, there was about 6 people only there. That was it. But
were they all waiting for their food? Like, could you tell?
There was a couple that waited, and at this time of the year, Dad's not going there to get himself something. Dad's got grocery bags worth of stuff, taking it back to the kids, the whole neighborhood. It was like I saw a guy coming out like this. I'm like, what am I doing? The one lady even said, what, did they forget about you? I said, hey, I only ordered a chicken sandwich and some fries.
God.
And a McFlurry.
Was it cold when you got it?
No, it was okay.
Okay.
It was okay because I was like last on the list probably.
Yeah, so it wasn't just sitting around. It was like they just were waiting forever to start heating up your
it was
food.
like they got to take care of the people in the car line, it looked like, before they did at the counter. I thought counter service was going to be good. I made a mistake. I should have gone to Hat Creek Burger.
Yeah.
And you should too.
You could have driven to the League. You could have driven to Hat Creek. You could have driven to Cabo Bob's. You could have driven to Cover 3. Like all of our great restaurant partners.
But it's the problem is that I'm on 71 and I've got, and I'm don't go to the one where you live down there in that area where I used to live. I bypass that one at any chance I can get. And I thought this is a quick stop. I've got what I want for dinner. I just need a little snack. And my snack was going to be those fries. And they were okay. Nothing wrong with those fries.
Grilled chicken sandwich?
Yeah, just grilled chicken sandwich. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It was okay, but
that's a bad order. I'll be getting grilled stuff. Don't be trying to be healthy when you're going to McDonald's. Get you the fried stuff. It's better.
I got the McFlurry that people say that's not real ice cream. I did do the McFlurry.
The machine was working?
It was working, yeah.
That's the biggest shock of this entire story.
And more people coming out with little cones,
Oh, yeah, those soft serve cones, man. They used to be like $1 for those.
Oh, dude, I tore up that McFlurry. As a matter of fact, I didn't finish that sandwich or those fries, but I did finish that McFlurry.
So you got a crappy HEB pre-made sandwich.
Oh.
What was that sandwich or wrap?
It had some avocado in there smashed up because I don't know how long the sandwich sat there, but it was a turkey and cheese with some avocado smash. I thought I was going to do a little healthy, nice sandwich, good bread. And I opened it up, took a bite. I took 2 bites out of it. My wife looked at me. I slammed it back on the plate and threw it in the trash. Mm. Now I do get, what I do? I'll say this for my local HEBs. I do like they have clam chowder and they have corn chowder. It's in a container. Delicious.
Getting clam chowder from HEB?
Delicious.
Where are those clams from? Lake Austin?
No, they're not. They're that's shipped in from Maine, sort of like the McDonald's filet of fish. Okay. How about this? I didn't get it the filet of fish though.
That's not the season, right? You only wait for the lentil season.
Yeah, I don't eat that during the regulation times. Only during the lentil season.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
During regulation, no.
That's a rough go. You had a rough go at food.
Well, I'll just say this: everything's packed now.
Of course.
And if you do something at 3:00, it's like you had better be prepared to wait for everything.
Oh yeah.
I'm not good at waiting for food.
No one's patient.
My stomach says you can eat a lot of things.
Well, the annoying part of your situation is you were at a fast food restaurant.
Yes.
It has fast in the name. So you're thinking it's going to be pretty fast. Like I'm going here versus a sit down spot so I can get my food quickly and scarf it down.
And there's only a couple people at the counter. I'm thinking this ought to be quick. I didn't know I went to like the back of the line of the drive-through people.
Oh man. Yeah, it's brutal.
Mom and dad was in there. I mean, old couple in there just eating theirs. And the lady said, did they forget about you? You've been here a while. I'm like, yeah, let me go slide closer to the counter.
Yeah. Our guy, Jason, says clams from the San Antonio Riverwalk. Oh. That's probably where they're coming in from right there, sir. Being shipped from the Alamo City, straight up I-35.
No, but I am going to Hat Creek today. I got no excuse for not going to Hat Creek Burger and get myself. Hey, I'm I'm going to get a milkshake, go on top of that McFlurry.
Treat yourself. It's Friday. Come on.
Yeah, see how that works out.
Holiday season, Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
A lot of these places have these peppermint shakes now. You know that.
Of course.
For the holiday. I've never been a peppermint shake. Just like I don't need a St. Patty's Day shake that's green. I don't play all those games.
You don't play all those games.
No.
You know what you should have done yesterday? Like you said, they've got those big tablets at McDonald's now where you can order.
So you wrote F-U in there.
You should have done that. Or you should have done
The
that.
wheels got to be here. Does everybody see that? Gap control. Everybody just do your job. You understand that?
Should I do that to the
You should have
phone?
gone on that rant, just busted the tablet, said, everybody back there, just do your job. You understand that?
Yeah, you're right.
In honor of Coach Boone being brought back to Austin, you should have done that to the McDonald's workers yesterday.
Yeah, by the way, those people were working hard because that line was long. There wasn't a lot of talking. There was a lot of English, Spanish, French back there. It was going on. They were on the move.
I didn't realize McDonald's was international cuisine now.
Oh my goodness, they were working hard back there.
Whipping up some great pasta dishes.
Yeah, like I said, when I did a deal, I had said that I can be a fast food server, no problem. And somebody wanted to test me up in Leander, and I went up there to a Burger King there and worked just for kicks for a bit.
Yeah.
And dude, I got yelled at by the manager. I got yelled at, "Hey, funny guy, I want my food." It was like somebody came and said, "Hey, funny guy, can you get this order up?" I was
Were you doing bits on the drive-through?
Oh no, I was in the drive-through. I was in the back doing they show me how to make the burgers and get that down. And the guy goes, "Hey, I'm just ordering, the Whopper. Can you get going? Quit being funny and get my Whopper out here."
Oh.
People are impatient, man.
Called you funny guy.
Yeah, call me funny guy.
I really think, very, very sidebar here to the sports convo, but I really think that everybody should have to work one day as a fast food worker.
Oh my God, you will be exhausted.
In high school, one summer I worked at a place called Bahama Bucks. It's like a snow cone smoothie shop, but it's like it's a big place. It's not like your snow cone stand where it's tiny. It's like a pretty big brick and mortar, the size of a McDonald's, honestly, like the size of a normal fast food. And it had a drive-through, and it was tough, dude. And the place had just opened. It was summer in Dallas. It was hot. Everybody wants snow cones. Everybody wants smoothies, whatever. There's a bunch of kids running around. Everyone's in a bad mood because it's hot. And I got yelled, everybody would get yelled at. Things would go wrong. And that just totally changed my perspective. Not that I was ever an a-hole to those workers beforehand, but it's like I am never going to lose my mind on these people because it is not easy work.
Well, that's kind of what I saw from behind the counter was people just hustling. And I was like, yeah, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll take the fries and the chicken sandwich and the McFlurry. I'm not going to complain that this is totally bullshit and it's taking too long, but it was.
You can ask. You can go up and just be like, "Hey, I ordered a while ago. Just making sure you didn't forget about me."
I wanted to say to the lady at the counter, don't you work with the people at the counter? Why are you running all over the place? Serve the people at the counter. I didn't use the McDonald's app.
You would have gotten your food spat on if you.
No, see, Dave, we don't do that. Those are myths. That's not true.
This is what I wanted to do at times when I was working the drive-through at Bahama Bucks back in the day. I never did, but it's, something that maybe crossed my mind a time or two with some of the obnoxious customers that we had rolling in there. Pop, pop.
I mean, really, she took her 22 out and shot
at the car. No injuries, thankfully.
No injuries, thank goodness.
So we can play that video and get a laugh at it. But
she lost her job. Yes, she lost her job.
Be careful with the way you treat your
drive-through people,
restaurant workers. Yeah. You never know. You never know.
Tip them well. This is their time to get tipped well.
You don't need to tip the drive-through people.
No, you don't need to do that.
But your wait staff, waitresses, waiters, bartenders,
barista. Some baristas that are on strike.
Until they get back to work, they're not getting tipped.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm not paying them to not work. Sorry about that. Retail people too. Yeah, it's busy. And the people who are working, trying to take care of you, they're working hard to try to take care of you. So
they're trying to take care of you, and they're trying to take care of their family. So treat them well.
Amen. Amen. Well said. You don't need to coach boom everything.
No, hell no.
We're not coaching up the Texas defense. Dude, I'm going to spend this entire weekend watching Coach Boom highlights, like Texas from 2008 to 2010. I'm just going to watch those defenses, and I'm just going to watch like every press conference and every like clip of Coach Boom that I could find. I'm back in my feels. I'm back in my high school days, man.
You're feeling it again?
Yeah. It's awesome. I'm so excited that he is back. And again,
I'm not calling it a risky move. I'm calling it a move that the head coach feels is for the betterment. Once you start getting, I mean, when things aren't clicking, you got to move. You got to make your decisions and go.
I think both things can be true. It's definitely a risky move, but it's, again, Steve Sarkisian said it in his statement, and I think we'll hear him reiterate that in front of a microphone later this morning, that he feels like it is the best move for his team to make right now. And again, he can't beat Georgia. Like, this team has not found a way to beat Georgia yet. So what is Georgia? I can't, again, if this doesn't work, I can't say I won't fault Sark. I will fault Sark if this doesn't work. But he is trying to find a way to beat Georgia because he knows, Buck, you and I have talked about it ad nauseum. If this team's going to win championships in the SEC or in the country, they are going to have to beat Georgia eventually, more than likely.
Yes, you're right.
Obviously, Ohio State is there too, but Georgia's the team in your own backyard. You got to deal with them more often. Once you play Ohio State next year, who knows when you're going to see them again. So, like, trying to emulate what they do, trying to poach from their staff, those are things to me that make sense.
Anything you can get that's an advantage to you, you have to do against them.
Right.
Anything.
I will respect. Again, I wish he was making the change on offense too, but I will respect him for not just saying, no, eventually I think this thing is going to work with all of the guys that we have here. He is going out on a limb, a not so sturdy limb, and saying, no, I'm going to take this risk. I'm going to take this chance because I think it's going to pay off. Hopefully he's right.
Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see and to the nitty-gritty, did he want out? How bad did he want out at the end, too?
I think if he really wanted out, this would have been handled differently. Like, I think within 5 minutes of this announcement happening, we would have heard that PK is going to
get a job. Yeah. Yes, he already has a place to go.
Going to USC. So again, the rumors that he wanted to get back closer to the West Coast, that makes sense. I'd buy into that. But again, I don't think this was like Pete Kwiatkowski going to Steve Sarkisian saying, I would like you to find somebody to replace me, please.
Right.
Kind of thing. But again, PK is going to land on his feet, and he's a great defensive mind. So I think whoever hires him is going to be very happy with what they get. Now we'll see if Texas can upgrade. We'll see if the Texas defense can get better. And this philosophy change of being more physical, being more aggressive on the back end, is that going to help take the Texas defense over the top?
Yes.
The intensity that you get with Will Muschamp, the edge with the program. Like, talk to guys who coached under Will Muschamp, played under Will Muschamp, maybe coached under him too. They said that intensity, that edge wasn't there before he got there in 2008. And I don't know if that intensity and that edge has been there with the Texas defense since then too. Yeah, it's just not PK's style of who he is. He's still a great defensive mind. I don't want to say anything bad about him from that standpoint.
Georgia does everything with an edge.
But you get that intensity, that edge from Coach Boom, and Georgia does everything with an edge too. Obviously, Kirby's he always has an edge. Guy lives on the edge.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what happens. We'll see it, I guess, in 12 days. Well, wow. I think we'll get confirmation from Sark today that Muschamp's going to coach the bowl game. And then obviously, I mean, you shouldn't put too much stock into that game either way, but next year is when it will all begin.
Because we don't care about the bowl game.
Well, if we win,
we do care.
Yeah.
We beat Michigan.
We're really good. We beat a 9-3 Michigan team that almost made the playoff. Of course we care.
If we lose,
then Michigan's going to say, it's not just the SEC. Michigan's going to be like, we didn't have a coach and this, that, and the other. It's just how it works when you're like, one of these major blue blood or just power conference teams that just misses the playoff.
Oh yeah, we didn't care.
You've got that instant excuse of we didn't care. We've heard it against us. I mean, Georgia, speaking of Georgia, that Sugar Bowl, 2018, we didn't want to be there. We didn't care about that game. So now I guess turnabout is fair play.
All right, let me make you some money.
All right, let's get to the Bucks Gold Star locks of the weekend. We've got the playoff getting going tonight. Full slate of NFL games. God, what an NFL game last night. We could give a few thoughts on that in a moment. But Buck, currently, quick update, and I'll shut up and let you go. You are up 25,000 units on the season. So you're pretty close to even money right now. This is a big week to make sure the folks get some last-minute spending cash for Christmas. What do you got?
You're right. Well, I'll start you off by giving you University of Oklahoma for 50,000 units.
Oh.
Yeah, that's hard to do, but I've been watching Alabama the last couple of weeks. Has just been awful to watch.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Once again, that'll be their OU will get their victory, in a playoff, and then they'll be out of there too. It's not like they won't be exiting stage left quick enough anyhow.
Oklahoma trying to become the first team since 1893 to beat Alabama twice in the same season. It was the world famous Birmingham Athletic Club that did that in 1893. They beat Alabama 4-0 and 10-8.
Nice.
How do you get 4?
Hey, you may have that. You may have that tonight.
You might get a 10-8 game tonight.
Yeah,
all right. You're on the Sooners. Hopefully you're not rooting for them at least.
No, I'm on the Sooners, but I'm not rooting for anything good for them.
Okay.
And then, of course, I am rooting for Texas A&M for 100,000 units over Miami.
The two biggest rivals. Look, I hope you put a hex on them. I hope you miss both of those bets.
I'm not going to miss that.
Credit you.
The only thing I'm hearing about and that you hear about on all these sporting media events is how dumb the damn coach is at Miami. They don't even talk about the team not being that good. They talk about in big games, this guy will fold over.
Yeah. Yeah, no, has not been a great big game coach. I don't know about Mike Elko in this spot. This is the biggest game he's ever coached in. The Texas game was the biggest game he had ever coached in before this one. And oops.
He's lost 2 of those.
Grind, gravy, rolls, ice cream, whatever we decided the A&M slogan was. That line's been going down, by the way. It was 3 and a hook yesterday. It's just at 3 right now. So
that's good. And I'll take it for 100,000 units.
Okay.
I'm also going to take the Ducks for 50,000 units.
Oregon minus 20.5.
I don't care.
Against Dolly Madison, our founding mother.
Yes, we will take that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to put another 50,000 units on the team that this time of the year always folds up their tent, and that would be NC State. They're playing.
There we go. I was hoping you were going to bet on some of these other bowl games going
Memphis.
on.
They're going to beat Memphis.
That game is today at 1:30.
Yes, I'll take 50,000 units on NC State.
There's also a bowl game starting at 10 a.m. today.
Oh, my God.
Where
is that at? That's not the Pinstripe Bowl.
That is the Myrtle Beach Bowl.
Gosh.
All right. NC State in the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl. They are minus 3.5 against Memphis.
I'll take NC State for 50,000 units.
Okay.
And now I'm ready to go ahead and go to the NFL, where I'll take 100,000 units on the Bears over the Packers. Yeah, that's right. The Bears.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm fine.
Are you sick? You're betting on the Bears? The Bears still suck. That's your favorite song.
No, the Bears don't suck.
All right, minus 1.5. In Chicago, the Bears are favored.
Yes.
Michael Parsons, obviously, for Green Bay.
Who is that? I wrote something down, but I can't read my own handwriting. Who is that that's playing the Giants?
Who is playing the Giants this weekend? That is your Minnesota Vikings. Your own team.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't even write that down. I wrote Vikings. It looks like Valley. I will take my Vikings for another 100,000 units over the Giants.
Okay. Minnesota is a 2.5 point road favorite there.
I'll take another 100,000 unit play on Denver at home versus the the fake Jaguars. That'll come to an end this weekend.
Yeah, it's a fun one. Obviously, Texans fans are going to be locked in on that. Those games are at the same time. Houston playing host to Vegas. Texans are giant favorites. They should win that. The Broncos 3-point favorites against Jacksonville. The teams will be tied for first place if Houston wins and the Jags lose in Denver.
Yeah, and I'll take 50,000 on Houston too over the Raiders. That thing is huge. That's 14.5.
14 and a hook.
There may not be enough for that one.
Shouldn't be enough for that one. Yeah, Geno.
All the second teamers will be playing for the Texans on defense.
How in the hell is Geno Smith going to move the ball against that group?
I don't know.
Like, that group has made they sacked Josh Allen 8 times. That guy's one of the best players in the world. How is Geno Smith going to keep that game close?
With that team that he has, they're not going to. That one's going to be in the high 30s.
Okay. Yeah, I don't – the total is 37.5. So that's very low for an NFL game. That's telling you that, like, I think the Texans are going to win like 28-3 or something.
Shutout.
Yeah, it could happen. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if we do get a shutout Sunday.
That's all I need to do right there. That'll get you going till next week.
Okay, that is 600,000 units you have on the line.
Oh yeah, I'm going to give people 500,000 units before it's all said and done here.
You got 8 games on the slate. Again, up 25K right now, so a lot can swing. A lot can swing this weekend.
Yes, indeed.
With what you do. All right, I like that. No pick on the Tulane Ole Miss game. Does that mean you think that's going to be a toss-up?
I don't think it's going to be a toss-up, but that's like 17.5, is it not?
It is.
They've played already once.
Yep.
My team's playing a team for a second time like this.
I'm going to take a lot of underdogs, which is a bad idea. I mean, we have 1 year sample size of a 12-team college football playoff, and the 4 first-round games that we got.
At home teams?
Blowouts.
Yes.
Like home team blowouts, easy covers.
Average by 14 or more points.
Right. Like the Texas-Clemson game was kind of the closest game.
Yes.
I think at the end, final score, the Indiana-Notre Dame game was the closest. But like all covers, all kind of blowouts in round 1. I don't think I'm going with the dogs this year. I think I'm taking Alabama in Norman tonight. I'm taking Miami in College Station tonight. I'm taking Tulane to cover. I don't have the cajones to take Tulane to upset Ole Miss.
No.
I'm not taking Kenny Chesney and Dolly Madison to cover against Oregon.
No.
I don't think Oregon's all that good either. I going across the country for that game, I don't think it's going to happen. I think that one will get pretty ugly pretty quickly.
Your players will be looking up in the stands going, oh, my God, this place is awesome.
Yeah.
Do we have to play? Can we just stand here and just watch the clock tick?
If we do, we could get some really compelling quarterfinal matchups, right? Like as long as Tulane or Dolly Madison don't win, I mean, we're going to have OU or Bama against Indiana. We're going to have the winner of Miami A&M against Ohio State. We're going to have Ole Miss taking on Georgia, and we'll have Oregon taking on Texas Tech. So those are 4 pretty heavyweight matchups right there.
I'd love to see OU and Indiana, and that's a battle right there for a while. I just think Indiana will have too much offense for that OU's defense, and OU will have nothing for their defense.
Yeah, that defense is pretty salty. I keep waiting for the other shooter drop for Indiana, but I've kind of been waiting on that for a long time.
Yeah.
We all have. So we'll see. Obviously, another thing that we'll have to think about is the 4 teams who had first-round byes last year all lost their first playoff game. Again, the format was different. Boise State and Arizona State were 2 of those teams that had first-round byes. But, the 1 seed Oregon lost, the 2 seed Georgia lost last year too. So it's, we'll see. The rest versus rust debate will be put to the test when we get to New Year's, when all of those games take place.
But the Horns are practicing. They're getting that practice. They're ready for the bowl game. They're ready for all the Cheez-Its, boxes of Cheez-Its they can get.
Ready for all the Cheez-Its. Yep, 12 days away from the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl in Orlando. We'll talk way more about that game next week and the week after, I guess. Still have a full week that's going to pass before that game actually happens.
Again, I think it's a great opportunity for Texas coaches that look look to the portal and some of these guys that will be getting the hell out of Michigan right after this bowl game. When the transfer portal opens up, not all of them are staying. They don't have a coach.
No, they don't. And again, if OU does win, I'm not rooting for this because I never root for Oklahoma. So I'll just say, if you like chaos in college football, if you've enjoyed this coaching carousel and all of the madness that's happened these last few months, you're rooting for Oklahoma to blow out Alabama.
Oh my God. Yeah, to beat them by two touchdowns.
Because then Bama fans are going to be like, hey, Kalen, we'll pack your bags if you are thinking about Michigan. And I don't think that would detract Michigan from wanting to hire Kalen DeBoer.
They jump at that opportunity.
I still think he's their top choice. But if Alabama does
jump at that opportunity, if that happens to his team,
if Alabama does win tonight, I think Michigan has to move on. I don't think they can wait until Alabama's next game would be January 1st. The portal opens up January 2nd. I don't think they can wait that long. And again, 2 years ago when they wanted to hire DeBoer from Michigan, they weren't willing to wait that long. So then Nick Saban announced his retirement after the playoff, and obviously that's when DeBoer took over in Tuscaloosa. But yeah, if you want that chaos, man, you're rooting for a Sooner beatdown this evening.
Yeah, you'll get the chaos if that happens, I believe.
And then what the hell does Alabama do?
Lane can't get out of his deal, maybe, but he'll try.
Sark might be getting another extension here at Texas.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's going to piss a lot of people off.
Yes, it would.
Lane Kiffin might already be getting a raise at LSU. He hadn't even coached the game yet. Oh, my God. And here we go again with Alabama looking for another coach.
That's hard to believe they're just looking for coaches at Bama.
I know. I don't think they are, but again, I don't think they fired DeBoer even if they do lose tonight. If he leaves on his own, though, they're going to have to look for a new coach. They won't have a choice. So, crazy.
Yeah, and once again, for me with him, I just don't see that guy running. But sometimes it's better to run than to get thrown out,
Right. LSU, Michigan, Alabama, Penn State, Florida, all in the same
year.
All in the same year. Marcus Freeman, the Vegas favorite right now to be the head coach of the New York Giants. If he leaves, Notre Dame could open up too.
Yeah, what a mess.
Woo. Wild.
Florida State is just living on a thread. That dude is.
Florida State's poor. They don't want that dude. That job should have been open. They just can't afford to fire him. They got to wait another year and just know they're going to suck.
Gather some money.
Maybe they'll beat Alabama again. They play them to open up the year one more time.
They just don't have any cash to get rid of the dude.
They can't afford to pay him. That's like the only reason that he's still there.
Wow.
They can't afford to pay, which is crazy to me. Because I think Florida State is some massive university with, I know they don't have Texas money, but I figured they have like Florida. I don't know. I figured they had enough money to get rid of that guy. And you're seeing all these buyouts getting paid. I figured Florida State could do that too, but they ain't doing it. They ain't got no money. Yeah. They're broke. They're crying and broke. Oh, man. Cowboys Chargers, by the way, Buck, Sunday at noon. Cowboys can still make the playoffs.
No, they really can't make the playoffs.
So the Cowboys could be eliminated from playoff contention tomorrow because the Eagles and Packers both play. The only chance the Cowboys have to get into the playoffs, they need to win out, and they need both of those teams to lose out. So
right.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But I think the Cowboys, their fate might be sealed by the time they take the field Sunday at noon against the Chargers. So,
and you should get quite the effort for them.
What's their motivation like on Sunday? Dallas is favored in that game, by the way. 1.5. Coming off that embarrassing loss to your Vikings on Monday.
Yes, don't forget that. Vikings are coming on now with little JJ right now.
Coming on who?
This will be an okay team. They're going to be all right with this dude.
Okay, in the future?
In the future, I think they're going to be okay.
They're 6-8 right now.
Although Sam Darnold is still pretty good with Seattle. That was a hell of a game last night.
Holy shit. Maybe the game of the year in the NFL.
It was something.
Awesome. And shout out to the Seahawks and their coach, Mike McDonald, for making the move to go for 2 in overtime instead of playing for the tie. Talk about fortune favors the bold. That's been a big theme of today's show with Sark making the big move, the bold move that he made. A lot of coaches in that spot are like, "No, let's just kick the extra point. Let's go for the tie." And Mike McDonald, knowing that he probably would have been criticized a lot if they did not convert,
Right.
goes for 2 in overtime. They get it. Seattle down 16 in the fourth quarter. Come back and beat the LA Rams. Now the Seahawks on the fast track to the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Yes.
Pretty impressive.
I still like the Rams as the best team.
I did too, but now, and look, it's not over yet. The Seahawks have to win their last 2 games, and they've got, I think, some tough games. I wrote it down somewhere. They've got to play at Carolina and at San Francisco.
Carolina's playing better.
Yeah. And they're in the playoff race right now because their division's so bad. San Francisco will be too. They're looking for a wild card spot.
Yep.
Rams are at Atlanta and they host Arizona. So 2 bad teams. So I think the Rams are going to go 2-0. I don't know all the tiebreaker rules. Right now, the Seahawks have a 1-game better record. So if they take care of their business, it's not going to matter. But yeah, for the Rams, Buck, it's the stupid rule in the NFL. It's the worst rule they have. They could have the second best record in the NFC, and they're going to have to play all their playoff games on the road.
How about that?
Because they didn't win their division. So they're going to be on the road, potentially at Carolina or Tampa Bay, the NFC South winner, if they don't win the division.
I can't believe Tampa Bay has not just walked away with this thing.
They have fallen apart.
Wow.
As of late. They're a freaking mess right now. That division is so bad. They're both 7-7, Tampa and Carolina. Right now, the Bucs have the tiebreaker, but a lot to unfold.
Yeah, I'm guaranteed they didn't want to be playing Carolina late. They got them when it was early in the season. Carolina's played much better.
Yeah, those two. Although Carolina just lost to the Saints last week, right after Tampa Bay lost to the Saints last week.
Yeah, the division stinks.
I don't think either of those teams are playing better or anything. I think they both suck. And one of them is going to host a playoff game in the NFL.
One was going to win isn't that something?
The college playoff is worse, but the NFL playoff has some issues that I would like to see corrected. Oh man. All right. You want to get to the 10 most festive towns?
Yes, let's go. I'm writing them down.
Okay, I see Double R in the waiting room, so we'll bring 1/2 of Chaos Theory on here. The 10 most festive holiday towns in America, Double R.
Elgin, Texas. No, I'm just kidding.
Number 1.
New York.
No, I'm just kidding. We'll start at 10. Most of these are small cities that you've never heard of. This is according to Zillow. They analyzed home listings featuring holiday-related keywords to rank the 10 most festive towns in the U.S.
All right.
We do have a couple from the state of Texas on this list, including number 10, Ransom Canyon, Texas.
Never heard of it.
Hell is that?
I'll have to ask Craig Way where that is.
Yeah, I bet he knows where that is. It's off of Highway 12, and then you take a ride on Live Oak, and he tell you right how to get to it.
Apparently, they have this bit where Christmas lights is a huge thing there. Like the whole town puts them up. People like drive by, but also people will let other people in their house to like look at the Christmas decorations inside.
What?
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah.
Number 9.
That's good for Marv and the Home Alone guys. Let them right inside.
Exactly. Let him inside. Or Aaron Rodgers, because he looked like that dude.
There it is.
Number 9, Shaver Lake, California. They've got a big annual tree lighting that's been a local tradition for more than 25 years.
I love those tree lighting ceremonies.
Because when I think of Christmas, I think of California.
Same.
Number 8, Windcrest, Texas. It's a suburb of San Antonio.
Uh-oh.
They've got an annual Windcrest light up thing that they do. Big holiday light displays. We'll go quick through these next few. Number 7, Palmer Lake, Colorado. Number 6, Natchitoches, Louisiana. Number 5, DeLonga, Georgia.
DeLonga? This one is DeLonga?
This is the longest one.
I don't know how to DAHLONEGA.
Yeah, that's good. DeLonga's good.
Calling it DeLonga. Yeah, mine's DeLonga than yours. Number 4, Breckenridge, Colorado.
Breckenridge, great ski town.
And number 3, the real reason we're doing this list, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
There you go. The little town of Bethlehem. It's kind of a cool place. It's cool. They do a lot of, obviously they do a lot of nativity scenes. thus why I want to have one in my front yard out here.
Explain to a Jewish guy, explain the nativity scene again for me, please.
It's the birth of Christ in the manger and Mary and the angels and the three wise men that got there late.
That's the story of the hotel, right? Where they went to the hotels, right? And
they said no room at the inn. So here it is. I have a manger out back. Let the child be born in the manger. And the three wise men. I played one of the three wise men in my school play at high school. I was one of the three.
Everybody else sick? There's no way.
Well, I was the guy who was carrying, I guess, myrrh. I don't remember what myrrh was. There's myrrh, frankincense, and gold. I don't know. I was cold. I they didn't let me carry the gold. I was pissed about that.
Did you say you were carrying cannabis?
No, myrrh.
I didn't know that.
I guess maybe that's what myrrh may be cannabis.
Maybe right. I might be converting again. I might be back.
Yeah, that may be cannabis. You're right about that. Yes, but I was one of the three wise men. I did not come up or the camel, but I had a big staff that I walked in with. Not a big staff, but a big staff that I came in.
You came out of your big staff on stage.
Wow. Yes. I see. I've got a yard that I want to do this in at some point. I want to have a nativity scene with like real camels. Maybe I'll call Humbug lighting to do the lighting around the house and stuff.
What role do we get? You got to get.
Or you're on the other side of the fence clapping at the scene.
Oh, I'm just the audience.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a real baby, for baby Jesus. I'm gonna have like a real baby. Somebody's giving up their baby for a couple nights during the week.
A couple of nights
in the coal.
Not just for like 20 minutes. They got to give them up for a couple of nights.
I need that baby. That baby's going to be a star. I need that baby to hang out for.
Need him for a week.
Yeah, I need a 3-night contract with the baby, a newborn. Maybe a week old.
Yeah, we'll go to the portal, see if we can find you one.
The baby portal. Oh God, it's
got to be Joseph. I mean, it's going to be quite the scene. It's just getting those camels are the hard part.
Yeah.
I don't know where they have those.
I can get donkeys. They're all over the neighborhood out here. I can get chickens and everything else to go along with it. But I didn't see any chickens at the manger. I just saw the three wise men, Joseph, Mary, the baby, and some other folks that hung around.
At a Holiday Inn Express hotel.
Good. Nights in. They didn't go to the Nights In.
By the way, Bethlehem is often credited as the home of America's first documented decorated Christmas tree. Did you know that, Buck?
I did not know that.
There you go. The more you know about your hometown right there.
Great tradition. A lot of steel was made there.
But you guys are not number one. Number two, McAdenville, North Carolina, nicknamed Christmastown, USA. They have an annual celebration that apparently draws hundreds of thousands of visitors. And then number one on the list, the most festive city in America, according to Zillow. Santa Claus, Indiana.
Nice. That's it.
I mean, you gotta get the top spot if you're naming your city after the big man, right?
Of course.
Jolly old Saint Nick. That's a no-brainer. You're cheating almost when you're doing something like that.
Santa Claus.
I call collusion on that one. Yeah, that's Santa. That's good.
Santa Claus, Indiana, and they've got a giant, big Tex-sized statue. Looks more like Sam Houston with the color and everything of jolly old Saint Nick.
There he is.
We'll be eating all the food out of your fridge next week.
But we still got Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania for that big rat every spring.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Oh, nasty, smelly creature.
And that's a part of your home state, Buck. You gotta like that tradition.
I don't like that. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Groundhog is worthless. Groundhogs do nothing but destroy property.
That's it.
And predict the weather better than you. That's why you're mad.
That's true. And predict the weather.
That's why you're mad. They do a better job of you at predicting the weather.
You guys, I found something for y'all. So when, our man Fozzie Whitaker was, what was that? Mother Ginger is what that's called. That character thing. Well, I saw this last night. The great Vic Schaefer of Texas basketball fame.
I know.
Look at that. Coach Vic.
Are the bills that high, Vic? Do we need to give you a raise?
Yeah.
Did he become Mother Ginger? He was Mother Ginger too?
Yep.
Wow.
Mother Ginger, Vic Schaefer with the team there. The team was there. He threw something to Rory Harmon. I'm not sure what it was, but I guess that was kind of on the outtake.
Oh my God.
Come on, man.
Wags, you said
I'm out. Nah, man.
We were asking how much money it would take for you guys to do that. Wags said there's no money in the world.
Just no.
That's a simple no. That looks dangerous. That looks like it's up pretty high when you look at that.
Yeah.
You should do that, Bucky. You're a celebrity around here.
Dude, I'm
You said you would do it the other day. You're out.
After I saw those kids coming out from underneath Fozzie, I got a little nervous.
It's a little weird.
Yeah, those kids rocking the whatever it is. And and me making fun of Panda Bear lady. Wow. I mean, it would be that thing would wheel and then fall over sideways.
Like there's people under that dress wheeling it out, right?
Yes.
I hope.
Yeah. I don't know how he's gonna. I don't know.
It's hard to break your fall if that thing starts going over.
Now that would be a sight to see.
Wow.
Like, what's her name? Panda Bear. If you kind of
Rodney, how about the sad event of yesterday with Greg Biffle and his entire family? How sad is that?
That guy there, I had the opportunity to talk to him several times, and I posted this yesterday. We rarely talked about car racing because that guy was an animal lover. Hurricane Helene, this Hurricane Helene that hit there in the Carolinas. This guy was flying out there helping people, saving people.
His helicopter.
God, it's just that's a sad loss. Just a good man, An
entire family.
Yeah, entire family, and a hell of a car racer too. I mean, that's the thing about him, is he's so compassionate and such a humanitarian. But you get him on the track and don't piss him off. I mean, he threw a water bottle once at Wag's favorite driver, Boris said, and hit him in the side of the head and damn near knocked him out.
Boris is still racing.
Yeah, this was in 2002, I think it was, but about
Boris
10 feet away.
50 back in 2002.
That's so sad. I mean, it's sad to lose anybody at any time, but this time of the year for them to lose their entire family.
That's awful.
Seven people killed in that plane crash. Greg Biffle, 55. Yeah, awful, awful. 2 hours of chaos theory today, boys. What the hell is that? What's in store? What do we got? What's coming up?
Yeah, Coach
A lot of NFL talk, a lot of college talk as well. New defense coordinator, got to talk about some of the schemes that we might get and what he's known for, and go down some of the rankings of the Texas defense and see if the changes were warranted. I just kind of, I didn't see it coming. Did any of you guys see the firing of PK coming?
Nope.
No.
Pretty decent defense,
Yeah, well,
he's got to be pretty decent. He had a really
pretty
couple years of pretty good.
I mean, I'm sitting here going over the damn ranking. What? Eighth? Oh, never mind. That's 8th overall in 4th down conversions, but still, he's top 20 in almost every stat. We're gonna go down with it here. But you got to make bold moves sometimes. You got to if you're not playing championship caliber ball, you got to bring in the people that can get you there, right? And I think we were a little bit soft in the middle the past couple of seasons. We still did great, but if you're looking to carve out the edges, right, and get to the championship, you got to trim the fat, right? And that's I think
more than anything that you said, they got to play more with an edge. They've got to get a little edge in what they do. And I know they got those crazy race drivers down there in Georgia, but that group where he's coming from, those guys play with an edge in every aspect of the game. They're edgy in everything that they do. They take chances. They got mean dudes. And I think part of that is the style of football that they play. Yes.
Yeah. This is very much a beat Georgia move, in my opinion.
Yeah, I hope
100%. 100%.
Got to get over the hump.
Yeah, why is PK gone? Because he didn't do this.
Will's got to be here. Everybody see that? Gap control. Everybody just do your job. You understand that?
Yeah. Do you understand that?
Oh, I can't do that. When I was in Springfield, we went to like a Dave and Buster's and we had a punching bag contest. Man,
you still feel it?
Huh?
You still
hurt.
Feel it?
That was 4 days ago. I can't do that no more, man.
No, you can't be doing that.
We're getting Coach Boom to our end of year TSU meeting, and got to whip all of us into shape a little bit. punching some
That
chalkboards.
guy's scary. He's a scary dude. Those defensive linemen are going to love him.
You want to talk about people that can make you motivate and run through a damn brick wall?
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, that's that guy.
Him and Augie on the same staff.
Wow.
R.I.P. Augie.
Oh my God. All right, guys. Well, we'll be locked in 2 hours of chaos today. Enjoy the weekend.
Chaotic.
You guys.
Take care, boys.
Later, boys. Have a great weekend. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to a 2-hour edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's double R. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter /BrandX. My partner in crime is at the Rodney R on Twitter /BrandX. On InstaFace, check him out at _Rodney R. Then you can check me out at the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. Are you on that TikTok shit?
No, that's one that I avoid. People
Right.
always.
Well, that's, I mean, if you're trying to get out there to the younger demographics and trying to do your marketing that way on TikTok, I am the Wagner Wire on
Look at
TikTok
you.
as well. Yeah.
No, I stay on the Facebook. I stay on the old people one.
I got off the face pace. I got off of that, man.
Yeah,
Got off
you
the
know,
face
it's-
pacemaker.
I get a good dose of politics there that I don't really care to.
Yeah, that's exact. I just got the hell off, man. I'm just like, you know what, man? All you guys are experts. You don't need me.
Yeah.
I'm out of here, bro.
It's like
you guys.
depending how I'm feeling. If I want some political stuff, if I want to go one side, I know where to look. If I want to go to the other side, I know where to look. I don't need it on Facebook. I don't need all the experts on Facebook telling me
on
things.
face pace. That's kind of how it is. Hey, man, we didn't have to go anywhere last night. Did you watch the bowl game last night?
The bowl
I'm
game.
kidding. Did you watch Thursday Night Football?
The Super Bowl game? Yeah. I watched. Man, now that's the intensity of the National Football League. That's the excitement of the National Football League right there. That's
so it started
great
off. It started
football.
off kind of like a dud. The first half kind of sucked.
I almost went to bed. I'm like, this kind of sucks. You know, I've been out of town, so I had a few pops, getting kind of sleepy, ate some spaghetti, tummy got full. I said, maybe I'll doze off. I'm glad I didn't. That's nice.
A little bit of a snoozer in the first half, but then it started to come together. We talked about this ground and pound. I can't really call it a ground and pound that Seattle has, but they do have a complementary backfield, right? And you were able to see Walker get going a little bit last night. Not so much on the ground, but when he's able to make some plays in the passing, like when he's able to find a check down from Sam, right? When Sam's able to connect with this dude and he's got a couple of yards of real estate in there, then he can turn it into pay dirt almost, man. That's the type of speed, and that's the type of stuff that you can get from Walker. It's just so inconsistent, man.
Yep.
And then last night, I mean, hell, he connected one right with Cup, and then it looks like they're about to march and get down there into the red zone, and then Cup fumbles the damn thing. So it's just the consistent turnovers that happen for Seattle just put them in a detriment, right? And you know, last night, thankfully, they were able to claw out and find a way out of it. But damn, man, forcing it to overtime and then going for two. Cojones. Going for two. And it's weird too, because when you're at home, you usually play for I guess the trends tell you to play for the tie when you're at home, and then when you're on the road, you know, you go for the win. So, or you go for two and go for the win. I thought it was fantastic. I mean, how can you not think it was fantastic? I hope you took the over like we told you to.
Yeah.
I was sweating, dude. I was sweating when we were all just like, Jesus Christ, you know, it's only 41 here, you know, like what the hell's going to happen? Then all of a sudden we were treated to a 76 point over. So it was absolute barn burner last night, man.
The play by Charbonnet on the 2-point conversion. That is just where head on a swivel, know the rules. When in doubt, just grab the football on the 2-point conversion. It's like where he gets the football. It's like, okay, 2-point conversion is good. That was, I tell you, and that was the key last night that I thought, where it was going to be implement a little bit of some sort of screen game, and run the ball decently, because they had struggled with that. And is at 100 yards, right? I think Walker had 100 yards, and that's exactly what you needed to do. And this, Wags, I think this was a big game for Sam Darnold, just for his entire.
He still didn't look the greatest last night either, right?
Yeah.
And of course, like, it's December. Wind
Yep,
is going
of
to be hellacious. And it's not like, and you hear quarterbacks and you hear people that have played the game at the pro level all the time say that it's not so much about the rain or like the wetness or the dampness on the ball. It's the wind. And if you have the arm strength to cut through the wind, you should be okay. But yeah, in spite of all that, like Sam, both quarterbacks, not just Sam, like both quarterbacks were struggling with the wind last night.
Yeah, and especially with Darnold, with the 2 interceptions, and then to be able to lead the comeback and mount what he did right there. I think that I don't know if it, the critics are still going to say exactly what you said when you talk about December, where it's like, okay, it's a big win. Darnold gets a big win right there in comeback fashion, but still it's not a playoff game, whatever. There's still going to be that. But I think for the mindset of Sam Darnold, if I'm a Seattle fan, I feel a lot better with that, because at the moment you're in control of home field advantage. And I think home field advantage through the NFC in Seattle, that's a tall ask, because that's like the other 12th man. That's a hell of a thing to have.
So how we were talking yesterday about how Matt Stafford has the better tools than Drake May. He does have better tools, but he's also got like 10, 15 years of pro experience on Drake May too. And you saw that on display last night, being able to check out of plays and getting the offense into better plays, option routes, being able to connect on all of them. I mean, the dude was pretty lights out last night. He looked like the damn MVP last night. And as bad as that wind was, he was able to cut through it. I mean, shit, I think hold on, let me pull this up. I think he got damn near over 400 yards, right? For 457, he got way over 400 yards. He got 457. And he was clean last night too. No interceptions. MVP product last night, my guy. I know they took the L, right? They took the loss, and again, man, Seattle's got one hell of a defense, right? But my dude, I think the guy is playing at an MVP level for sure.
He is.
I mean, that's not cutting any news or whatever. That's not a hot take or breaking news. I think Matt Stafford is my MVP for this.
I think so too. And to me, actually, if it does end up, if the Rams don't have home field advantage, I think that tightens up and makes the NFC playoffs even more intriguing. If the Rams would have to go on a road for an NFC championship, not at home. I mean, I think at home, it's a whole different ballgame for the Rams, where you kind of pencil them in even more. But I think that the telling thing about last night was, even with the lead that the Rams had and the fact that they didn't win, and you had that huge night from Matt Stafford, and it looked like a completely balanced team, and all credit to Seattle, but the Rams didn't even turn the ball over. And no turnovers for the Rams, and still for it to come down to that.
And Jake brings a good point too. Devontae Adams didn't play clearly, right? You put Devontae Adams in there, things probably have a different outcome. Sure.
Yeah.
But again,
I'm not concerned about the Rams after this, to be honest with you.
I'm not. No, the Seattle took them to overtime and won at Seattle, right? And you know what? McDonald going for 2. How many coaches out there would go for 2 in that situation at home, right? Would they take the layup and have the tie? I mean, given the situation, both of these teams are going to the playoffs, right? I mean, I guess that being said, you're kind of on house money, right? You're sitting here, you're playing for home field advantage.
Yeah.
So you did have something on the line last night. But still, how many head coaches would elect to go for 2 instead of laying up and taking the good old fashioned soccer style outcome?
Yeah, it's all situational. When you look at it to where it's like, okay, this is when you go for 2 or whatever. But I mean, you just talk about rolling the dice last night. It's like, I don't give a shit. I'm going for 2 every time.
Would Shoddy go for 2 in that situation?
I think if Shoddy was, especially with the playoffs on the line and home field, I think Shoddy would do that. Shoddy kind of shoots from the hip, it seems like, with a lot of his decisions, and especially with that offense. I certainly think Dan Campbell would. Yeah, thank you, Jake. Yeah, Dan Campbell definitely would. So yeah, that was some pretty big balls moves right there, and the confidence that Seattle has. And I think back to Sam Darnold, this is where you see the confidence that his head coach has in him, to where it's like, look, we're doing this. I mean, I put full confidence in you that we can do this. So Yeah,
I'm not sure Dan Campbell actually would have done it.
Oh yeah, that dude would have.
I'm not sure Dan Campbell. I'm kidding. I'm being
okay.
Dan Campbell absolutely would have done it. I don't think Dan Quinn would have. I think Dan Quinn plays it safe. Sirianni probably does it. Does Mike Tomlin do it?
No, absolutely not. No, I don't think so. Not with this current team that he has. I think a lot of this was, I would think that some of the consideration was, I've got a mobile. I mean, this isn't like Jalen Hurts that we're talking about, but I've got a mobile quarterback. If things break down, that can maybe make
somebody that can escape the pocket and extend the play. Yeah, not exactly something, not like Lamar Jackson, but
right.
I mean, a dude that can still make something happen if it breaks down.
Sean McVay doesn't make that move, I don't think. But Sean McVay's very tactical.
You don't think McVay goes for 2?
I don't think so. I think he's very calculated to where, I mean, that's where the Devontae Adams things comes up.
Devontae Adams is in there. Then I'm sure they go for 2.
Yes,
right.
Devontae Adams, you definitely go for 2. But that's where I was. Yesterday I mentioned about them running 3 tight ends and all of that. That's where I thought that would offset some of that. But this is a good Seattle defense. I mean, it's not the Legion of Boom. It's not those days again. But I'm just still more confident that the Rams can push through the NFC playoffs other than Seattle, or more than Seattle. I mean, the Rams have at Atlanta and Arizona left on the schedule. So it's very favorable for them.
For those of you guys that were playing against Puka Nacua in your fantasy football playoffs, my condolences. I mean, Jesus, 225 yards from this dude. Is he the best wide receiver in the league? I mean, a lot of us were look, Justin Jefferson, fantastic, right? Nobody does it. Not a lot of wide receivers do it better. All right. But in this scheme that he has with Matt Stafford, is Puka Nacua. Stats don't lie, right? Now, of course, you line all these wide receivers up and have a skill set or a skills composition. I'm not saying Puka Nacua is going to lead the damn thing, but I mean, is this dude the best wide receiver in the NFL right now? I think the question begs to be asked.
I think his quarterback puts him in that conversation. The guy across the field, JSN,
very much. It's a hand in hand statistic, right? Like, you need a good quarterback to be a absolute, lights out wide receiver, or does the wide receiver make the quarterback?
Well, I think that, for example, like for example, this year with Dak Prescott, when we talk about the success of Dak Prescott, Dak Prescott's always been really, really good with with CD Lamb, but you add the other, kind of weapon there, and look how Dak's game has elevated itself when you add George Pickens and a tight end that's kind of come to fruition. So that it's kind of a lot of that balance right there. But yeah, Nacua is just exceptional. JSN is great. Nico Collins is really good.
Well, here's the thing too, right? Like, Cooper Kupp was kind of having the same type of success, right? With Matt Stafford, got banged up, got some injured, got injury riddled, leg.
Yeah.
And then Nacua steps in. They find Nacua a diamond in the rough, and Nacua starts to blossom and take over as wide receiver 1. And Cooper Kupp gets shipped up to, or not shipped, but picked up as a free agent on for Seattle there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's so I guess you could say scheme, but yeah, I see producer Jake. I would say that Justin Jefferson still is probably wide receiver number 1 in the league. You guys know how high I am on CD Lamb. I love CD Lamb. I think he's fantastic. When he's healthy and he's popping on all cylinders, I think he's one of the best in the league. I don't think that's breaking any news, but I think Nacua. I mean, we're seeing 200 yards consistently now from this guy, right? And also, like, we can't just say it's the only weapon that the Rams have. The Rams have a ton of weapons. So just being able to blossom or flourish rather in this system that McVay has. And of course, the quarterback does absolutely make the tandem happen. So, yeah. And case in point, you're seeing numbers being down or dwindling because Justin Jefferson has JJ McCarthy. So
yeah,
I don't know. It looks like it's getting better though from the Minnesota situation. Looks like they're starting to figure some things out a little bit. Maybe it gets better at in the offseason. And, hopefully it kind of simmers frustrations and tensions down there between the locker room.
And that's where kind of back to CD Lamb, which I totally agree with you. I think that dude is arguably the best when everything is working right. And it just kind of sucks as a Cowboy fan and just as a observer of the NFL, to where in a year that Dak Prescott has elevated himself and playing the best football that he has, that we've had probably 3 different circumstances of CD Lamb getting the drops. And it's like, imagine what those numbers would have been.
That's a great point. I keep forgetting about CD Lamb and the yips, right? Like
it's this right now with this Dak Prescott, there's been 3 different occasions, and I know he's been hurt. So that, but I think the Cowboys playoff situation is totally different right now. I mean, you win the first game of the year, for crying out loud. You sweep Philadelphia. I mean, you have that tiebreaker going, but it has been 3 different times where
that damn tie, that tie that they have. I mean, of course, ties always kill you, right? But I mean, it really doesn't. It's going to bite them in the ass. Watch.
Yeah, and that's a tie with the Packers, and that's where this could factor in at some point. But yeah, that's the only bad thing about with CD Lamb this year. It's like, damn, of all years, man, this is where if that dude is buttoned up and compact and. But again, he's playing hurt at
that's what, a little bit banged up, right? So you're starting to see a little bit of that show up on the field. Real quick, can we go back to Thursday Night Football for 1 second? I just wanted to talk a little bit about Seattle.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got the dub last night, but it wasn't exactly that convincing. It wasn't in convincing fashion. They had to go to OT to get it done and then take the 2 points to make this thing solidified. However, they made some moves before the trade deadline. They acquired Rashid Shaheed. Thank you, Rashid Shaheed from New Orleans. Speed demon, absolute deep threat, right? If they can work something out to have Jackson Smith and Jigba blaze over the top of the defense and couple that with Shaheed, right? And then have Kupp underneath of it, and then with AJ Barner as well, working between the hashes. We've already seen what their backfield can do. It's not the best backfield, but it's still it's a comparable backfield, right? They put that together. I'm surprised that they haven't been able to involve a little bit more of Shaheed just in the speed, like in the speed scenario, or working him to get deep routes, right? Like, to me, you made that move for a reason. I thought for sure it might have been able to put him over a little bit of the hump, just a bit. And you want to talk about weapons, that the Rams have. Yeah, you got this guy, nice little speed demon here. You might want to implement him into the scheme just a little bit more.
Yeah, that move I thought at the deadline was a really good one, and last night it really looked like a good one because it paid off. But the fact that they haven't implemented him a little more has been surprising. But I think that maybe last night that's where you start doing that, because honestly, Wags, I think the Rams are still going to win the division. I think that
I think the Rams are going to be representing the NFC East, or not the East, the NFC in general. As a matter of fact, but when I don't think they win the West, right? I think Seattle's going to have the nudge on that now, but it's still, regardless of where they got to go throughout the playoff scenario, I still think they represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. So they're just playing that well. Like, I don't want to count Philadelphia out, but
I do.
Sure, right? I mean, it's hard to count Philadelphia out just with all the tools and all the weapons that they have. But Hurts just isn't. Something's off with Hurts right now. I think we can all see that, right? He's not playing his best ball, and clearly Matt Stafford is, and they got the defense to go along with that and complement him for a championship caliber.
I think if I had to pick the top 4 in the NFC of confidence level for me to represent the Super Bowl, I think I go Rams, Seattle, Green Bay, and then Philadelphia.
In that order?
In that order.
Where's Detroit? You don't have Detroit?
I would put Detroit maybe. I actually put Detroit probably ahead of San Francisco 5th. I think
you still have San Fran, huh? You believe in San Fran?
I think San Francisco is actually going to decide this division because
they're banged up on defense, buddy.
Because for Seattle,
they're not just banged up on defense; they're banged up everywhere.
Yeah,
San Francisco's banged up everywhere.
They have been for the last 3 years. It seems like, and this year again, they've had their schedule has been a bitch, but they've found ways. So for Seattle, you go to Carolina, which which Carolina do you get? My joke about Carolina is when the NFL playoffs come out, if it was the committee, which it's not like college football, they'd leave Carolina out because
Carolina is the enigma, right? Carolina, I still don't.
Yeah, it's like I just
between Tet and I guess Bryce Young and some of their young stars, it's just inconsistent football, right?
Yeah.
There's still a lot of inconsistencies on their defense too. So
yeah, Carolina feels to me like that 1990 or 91 Dallas Cowboy team that were a couple of years away and got into the playoffs with Quincy Carter, and they go ironically to Carolina and they get beat like 38-10. I mean, where it's like they shouldn't even be in the tournament. That's kind of what Carolina feels like. But regardless. And then on the week 18 is at San Francisco for Seattle. And I think that will decide the division. And I had the Rams schedule up here earlier to where let's go back to it. The Rams have a much favorable schedule to finish this thing out. The Rams will at
Atlanta and Arizona.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I think that's where, for the Rams, the path is going to be easier, and I think they eventually do get the number 1 seed. I don't think anybody catches them for that. But yeah, I do. The 49ers going to factor into this thing somehow, and they may get in too, Wags. That's where you may get 3 teams out of the West.
But I think they'll finish with the same record, right? The Rams and the Seahawks. I think they finished with the same record, but don't Seattle have the head-to-head over them now? Because
they will.
They split. Yep. They might. I think they might have split. Actually, I'll have to go back. It'll probably come down to points. We'll break that down. Hey, we see you guys. Sal, Ike, CB. We see everybody saying hi. Thank you guys for stopping in and hanging out and spending your morning with us here, man. Hour number 1, a lot of NFL talk and mainly Thursday night football. But yeah, we got a lot of got a new defense coordinator. We're going to talk about Coach Muschamp coming back to the 40. Big move there by Coach Sarkisian. We'll get into that. We'll break the numbers down for the Texas defense, right? Pretty damn good Texas defense here, but again, still, I don't think it's a knee-jerk reaction. I think it's an upgrade, right? It's a knee-jerk reaction would be, firing a defense coordinator and then bringing in someone that doesn't have the pedigree or, somewhat of the, I guess, the defensive mindset or philosophy to even make you a believer that this defense is going to get better. But at least, with the stats that you see, it's tough to beat those types of stats, right? A lot of teams would take these defensive stats any year, right, in their program. But we're not. We talk a lot about standard around here at this program. Mm-hmm. We're trying to make the standards bigger, all right, and better. Okay, and to do that, you need to have bolder and bigger decisions, and that's kind of what we're doing here. Again, loved what you said about making the move that's calculated to beat one team Georgia in particular, and that is Georgia. It's not. I don't think it's short-sighted, right? Like you're focusing on one team. That team is the gatekeepers to the SEC, in my opinion, right? Like they are at the top of the pantheon of the SEC. Like it is still effing proven. Yep. Right? You have to go through Georgia to win the SEC.
Yeah, and that's been your Achilles heel. I mean,
everybody's Achilles heel. It's been everybody's Achilles heel.
Yeah. How do you get to Kirby Smart? You go and you get somebody that's been in that system and can implement that here. And I think what changes is obviously the style of play, the aggression. And I think that's where at the end of the year there was injuries. There were injuries here too. I mean, let's factor that in. But my first thought yesterday, Wags, was this is a very desperate move. And initially I'm like, okay, why are we going backwards? Because that's my big thing around here.
Why do you think it was desperate?
Because it's like, okay, at the end of the year, the defense was maybe a problem. The defense was a problem. Maybe
I think the defense struggled when there was injuries, right? But then when Taft went out, there was a clear disconnect, okay? And then even when Taft came back, there was a week where it still just wasn't firing on all cylinders. And then, it corrected itself. It sure as hell showed up when it needed to against A&M.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But what I didn't like initially was for the better part of, I'll say 3/4 of the year, this defense carried this team. I mean, when the offense couldn't, walk the 4 steps forward without falling over themselves.
Big letdown against Florida, man.
Well, and that's where I think the Will Muschamp hire is great, because this is a guy that's going to bring that aggression that totally lacked in that game. And look, that's what cost you a shot at the college football playoff, that game there. But where I'm going back to, I thought it was a desperate move, because my first thought was, okay, so we're assuming the offense is fixed because of what we saw at the end of the season. I would have thought the better move would have been hire an offensive coordinator to kind of squash some of the. I didn't hear a lot of people saying.
So that's why I'm kind of like, I don't say knee-jerk reaction. Maybe knee-jerk reaction is the wrong terminology, but there's definitely it's an upgrade.
Play caller. I'm sorry, not OC. OC, whatever. Play caller.
Play caller. No, I got you. I just feel like Coach PK was doing a really good job, or a great job on defense, right? And you have a championship caliber defense here. And we'll go down the stats here in hour number 2. We'll go down more to the rankings here in hour number 2. But still, like, I feel like this defense was at a level to get the Texas Longhorns to a championship. We've seen it. We've seen this defense get them to a playoff, carry them to a playoff. Right now, of course, you've also had a quarterback, last year that could get you out of a bad situation and put you in a better situation, being basically a damn offense coordinator on the field, like the field general himself. You didn't have a lot of the, I guess, adjustments, or you didn't embrace your run game this year, when I feel like you absolutely could have, right? So to me, the changes needed that. I agree with you. The changes needed to happen on offense, right? Not so much on defense. Be that as it may, I'm happy with the hire. It sucks for Coach PK. I am extremely confident this man will be employed very soon. Right? He will, and if he doesn't have a job lined up already, he's probably already, making, moves to have the chess pieces aligned for him on the board. Yeah. But look, I mean, we have to call it. It's been a little soft over the middle, right? And that's kind of been our Achilles heel. All right, what Coach Muschamp brings, he brings that, solidified. It's multiple defenses too, right? You're going to get a 4-man front, you're going to get a 3-man front. You'll
run them all.
Guys looks. Yep. But usually what he does, it's tenacious. He stops he's tough against the run, and he's really strong in, over the middle. Like, teams really don't get that much yards over the middle. He creates small windows along the side with the barriers, and that's it. Like, you can move up on him on the flats, and in a perfect scheme for his defense, right? The only way to beat his defense is basically through the sides of the field, right? In that little window where the hash is, right? On both hashes. That's the vulnerable spots. Usually it's very beefed up in the middle because of his disguised defenses. You gotta be better than the rankings that you have, which is playing championship caliber defense, and I believe Muschamp can do that.
Yeah,
reaction a little bit, but still, it is a very shocking hire.
It took me a little while to consume everything, because seriously, it was. I'm like, we're jacking with the wrong side of the ball right here, because I know the offense came to life, and I know the defense struggled, but to me, it was the defense that carried this group this year to where, I mean, I know it was a 3-loss season, and that wasn't the intended goal, and so forth and so on. But you go and you look at that Florida game, which ultimately is jacking up your season. That was the one where you weren't prepared for DJ Lagway. And you made DJ Lagway look as good as he should have been.
Can I say something though? Not a lot of teams are ready for DJ Lagway, or quarterbacks like DJ Lagway, right? Like the running quarterback can unlock so much shit, especially in college football, just because the speed isn't there, right?
Well, but you look at the games prior, LSU locked him down. And
Good
that's
point.
Yeah, and that's where it just, I think the mindset where you go and you get this dude that comes in. This is an SEC guy. This is a guy that we've been concerned about the secondary. This is a guy that has coached safeties. A depleted linebacker room right now. This is a guy that, whether it's Brad Spence or whoever it's going to be, that's going to, I feel better in that respect. Look, I really didn't have a problem with PK. I mean, like you said, I think he did a great job around here. got you to 2 playoffs. I mean, coordinating your defense. But that was my first thought was, shouldn't we look at the other side of the ball with this? I mean, is the running back change, the new running back coach, is that the change on offense that's going to be suffice it to fix that on that side of the ball?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Let me ask you another thing about this too. Like, how much do you think Kirby went out and got Will because of his ties or associations with Georgia, right?
Sark? Man, I think that's
or excuse me, did I say Kirby? How much? I'm sorry, I misspoke. How much do you think Steve, or how much of this do you think Steve went and got Will because of the Georgia relationship with Kirby, or I guess because of his analyst role with Georgia?
I think that's 99.
Is that like so we're not on the prereqs and the pedigree of Muschamp. We're basically just with his ties to Georgia. Are you saying that like Sark is blinded that badly to where he's got to move and kind of pluck or poach anything away from Georgia that they can? Is that where you're at with this?
Yeah, kind of. And I think and I think it's a double win in this case, because you get, I mean, not only do you get that dude that's been inside the system and is coordinated against SEC offenses and is as aggressive as anybody in the country, you haven't had this long layoff. I mean, if this dude would have been off, like Phillip Rivers for 5 years, I'd be like, oh shit, what are we doing here? But you bring this guy in, and then on top of it, you win, because how excited are people just in the fact that he's back here? I mean, you heard BK this morning. I mean, he's fired up about Coach Boom being back, and you've got alumni that played in those defenses of Will Muschamp that are like fired up about the aggression and everything. The complete opposite of what we saw with Dwayne Aquina. When Dwayne Aquina came back, I was like, man, I love the guy. I love what he did here, but come on, man. Is that really going to take us forward, going backwards? And it took me a little bit yesterday because that was my first thought. Why that guy? And it's like, but if you're going to fire PK and that dude's on the market with the knowledge that he has, experience, so forth and so on, resume, that's a guy that you want to bring in. And if he's been off for about a year, right? I don't think he was actually coordinating or coaching. This dude's going to come in fired up, man. These guys better be ready to work their asses off.
No, for sure. And I want to hit on this real quick. I pulled that down. Sorry. Producer Jake comes in. Sure, it's Georgia's loss in our game, but Coach Boom has the rep of being one of the very best DCs in the sport, and he's a great motivator. His resume has more to do with it. No, I absolutely agree with you. I just like plucking on Rodney strings here and getting his emotions fired up. Yeah. So here's the other thing too. I will say that I think it was calculated because Steve mentioned it a few times, right? Like how Kirby goes out and gets, players and recruits that are focused and solidified for, key positions like 6'2", 6'1" defensive backs, players that can contend against, bigger and tougher, more physical wide receivers, right? He usually goes with the physicality over the speed.
Yeah.
You've seen that with Kirby Smart a lot. How much of that will change or be influenced with Will Muschamp, being able to get, how many recruits we're going to be able to get with Muschamp coming back too. How much of the defense will change in terms of, I guess, productivity on the field versus PK to Will Muschamp, in your opinion?
I think that
we talked about scheme. What do you think we're going to, the type of athlete that we're going to get on Texas now?
I think that you're going to get just the aggression, I think, is what changes right here. I think everything kind of ramps up, 5 times the speed that we saw before. Colin Simmons is going to have an amazing year. This is the pass rush that we've been looking for, and the run defense that we've been wanting. I think you see it now. Because
I guess I asked that question poorly. I guess what I want to articulate is how in the hell will our secondary change so fastly? Short secondary, right? It's kind of a smaller ended secondary. When do we start getting these 6'1", 6'2" defensive backs in, kind of like Kirby Smart?
Immediately. I mean, I think that's.
You think it's an immediate change? Really?
He's on the recruiting trail now, and I think that they will be in the portal. And I think that's the other big part about it is just not only with recruiting, but I think that this is a guy where you can go in and you can analyze the portal, and maybe there's a diamond in a rough there that maybe just wants to get out of a situation that hasn't worked for him, to where Will Muschamp can go in and say, this is a dude that's going to fit my defense and we can plug him in right now. And the thing is, you have to, because your defense is depleted at the moment. If you look at it,
like he was the analyst for Georgia.
Yeah, but I mean on field. I mean the on field coach, where he's going to be at practice and he's going to be in the face of these guys and running that defense. And again, he's coming in with a defense that is depleted. So that's don't look for this immediate change in the bowl game.
We're going to talk more about it in hour number 2. I'm excited. I mixed feelings, honestly. Like it sucks because it's hard to go from what you know, right? And what we know on defense is that we're a pretty solid. What we know on defense is that our defense can show up in our, hell, if we need a score or if we need anything to happen, put our defense out there and, maybe we can get a takeaway. Maybe something can happen to where we force the favor force the football in our favor. You know what I mean? So I feel a lot more secure with our defense on the field than our offense on the field this season.
Yeah, and that's where I go back to and thank you for saying that, because you just made me remember my thought when I said about a desperation move. When you look at the last, let's say 3 years body of work, the one thing that you've been able to count on is the defense to answer the call. The one thing that we've been talking about for 2.5 years is, damn, maybe we need a play caller. Maybe we need this. But everything on the offensive side.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time, right? People don't fire themselves, right? Like that just doesn't happen. It's not in we're not. Most of us aren't wired like that in our DNA to fire ourselves, and understand the bigger picture is it's winning championships. It's not me calling plays. So
right,
and this you just brought me to my point.
Damn, we're good for each other, man.
I kind of flirted with it too. Is this when I saw this move being brought in? Now, again, this is Sarkisian hiring Muschamp, right? But if things were to go awry, right, and we had some fallout,
I thought it.
Yep. It was my initial thought.
Yep. Was
if things aren't exactly golden or happy in the burnt orange state, is Coach Muschamp ready to take over as the head coach? Like that's kind of where I thought, because Coach PK, like that it doesn't have that type of ring, right? Like as a head coach, like head coach PK, like Kwiatkowski, it's just not. It doesn't fire off that like that. But head coach, boom. Head coach, boom. Yeah. Now it didn't exactly work that well when he was at Florida. And people might not even think of him as a great head coach, but how many of us thought of Coach Sarkisian as a great head coach before he got to Texas? Or how many of us think of Coach Sarkisian as a great head coach now? And I think he's a good one. I don't know how great he is until you win the national championship. But yeah, and again, I'm not starting shit. I'm just telling you what the thoughts that went through my head when I first saw this thing going down, or when I saw Chip say, I got to go, when Chip and Zay were talking about it yesterday on the show, I was just like, okay, this, with all the bullshit that happened this past year with Texas football and, Coach Sarkisian with the rumors about him going to the NFL, are they bringing in someone that if anything goes wrong or goes the way that we don't want it to, we have someone that can take over in an interim situation, and then maybe that interim situation gets handed over to an actual official hiring. So those were the thoughts that were going through my head.
Are you implying that he's the coach in waiting again? Hey, look, we've been waiting for him to be the head coach at Texas since 2010.
I'm just out here to make people throw some shit at
that crossed my mind. That seriously crossed my mind too. Is this a move to where this? But again, this is where Sark. To look at this, we've talked about it. Mac Brown talked about this on their Stampede podcast, to where it's like you got to swallow a lot of pride in the whole thing with the play calling. You got to swallow a lot of pride to bring a dude in and let him do that job that you were high. Sarkisian has said it himself. He was hired here because he's a great play caller and offensive coordinator, and that's why they brought him in. So to swallow your pride and bring somebody in like that, I think to bring in the defensive coordinator that
is he swallowing his pride though? Like he's not. Is he swallowing his pride? He's not swallowing his pride if he's not taking himself off of calling coach or calling.
Well,
play.
that I'm talking about with this move. You bring in a guy that is loved around here that people immediately ask the question that you just asked. Is this a guy that could essentially take your job? To bring that guy in?
I was, playing devil's advocate.
No,
saying stuff.
I thought it.
Like there's no damn way in hell that he's gonna, get the head coaching position in year one from Sarkisian. Like it's just
not in year one, but it's like if things go off the rails. I mean, let's say that everything falls apart. I agree with Jake. I would be blowing up Blake Gideon's phone right now and be like, hey,
that would be my hire too. Yeah.
And I hate that I'm doing that because I'm the guy that always says, why do we always have to go back to what we had before? But I think in these two cases, it makes sense. Dwayne Akita,
a la Phil Rivers.
Right. Yes, exactly. But like the people on the offensive side, call Major Applewhite. Well, that's probably not the first call that I'm going to make. I'm going to kind of go around and
I think people just like comfortability and like going with what they know. Right.
Yeah. And that's what we run into here all too often. And that's always kind of been my pick on Texas. But I do think that with the Muschamp move, and it is for Sark to bring him in, it's got to be, I mean, if I shit the bed here, this guy could replace me. So that's swallowing the pride that I'm hoping will happen with the play calling at some point. Because
tugging on strings today. I guess tugging on strings is better than tugging on something else, right?
Well, we'll do that later too.
Okay. Let me tell you about Hurricane Hecht. All right, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, new lawyer in town, and when the storm hits and when you got to tug on it, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan's your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. He is a proud Texas Longhorn, donning that burnt orange suit and fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. You injured in a car accident or you got any type of personal injury at all, give our guy Ryan a call. He's been fighting for justice, fighting for big results, fighting for all that for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. No fees unless you get the green in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients, knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today. 512-938-8929. Again, that lottery number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. And if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you want to always laugh at those commercials during the holidays to where it's like the guy buys his wife a car and, the car comes out and it's all, got a bow on it.
With ribbon and shit on it.
Yeah. I'm like,
that ribbon didn't stay on.
Yeah. Well, the other part of it is like,
well, dumbass, they put the ribbon on when you get to the damn driveway.
Yeah. And the other part of that is, so he went out and put down a down payment, maybe, and is handing her a payment book. Merry Christmas. I'm like,
he ain't handing her a payment. He's paying the damn thing.
Paying straight up cash. Well, I guarantee you, if I went out and put out a down payment and bought my wife a badass car and then said, oh, it's yours, but you got to pay $600 a month, she'd be like, take this back. Take it back. I don't want it. But if you are looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you have to head over to Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Weekly specials, holiday specials, all of that is right there for you. I'm telling you guys, there are so many vehicles on property. And what the Covert family has done for years and years and years right here in Central Texas, and for many people around the country, is that service and the service after the sale. All of the maintenance, when you go and you get a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, they're going to give you a maintenance schedule. They're like, here's what you need to be doing. And you do need to be doing that. A lot of folks say, well, I don't need an oil change every 3,000 miles. Well, it all depends on what kind of oil you're running in that car. It all depends on what kind of filter. That the service is so important. Long story short, Covert Bee Cave is going to take care of you from the start to the end, and they want to make you a satisfied customer, and they want to sell you not one, but many Covert vehicles throughout your life, and you can be a satisfied customer just like these folks.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats Cover Deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online at covertbcave.com. A huge thanks as well to Humbug Holiday Lighting for coming aboard with us during the holiday season. Again, 833-4-HUMBUG. If you're looking to get, there's still time to do it. You're a little behind the curve right now. But that all started where I talked about I wanted to surprise the folks around here and do something really cool, and I quite frankly didn't want to do it. And Fancy and the great folks right there, they came aboard and they said let's do some holiday advertising. So it's been really great to know those folks, and hopefully we'll be telling you about some of the other services they offer. I mean, because they don't the Humbug Holiday Lighting is something that happens during the holidays. But they've got some really other great services as well that will serve you year round. So a big thanks to Humbug for being a part of that. And I highly recommend them. Just great folks. It's Humbug Holiday Lighting. I also recommend McCall Custom Homes. I am a satisfied McCall Custom Homes customer. That's one of my highlights of 2025, an updated primary bathroom that we have been waiting for 12 years to get done. We finally pulled the trigger. We started thinking about it, and it's like, okay, the wife talked to one person. She said, let's just put it on hold. Then I said, let's call this guy, 512-633-9580. He came in, boom, done. Whether we're ready or not, this is happening right now because we want to deal with McCall Custom Homes and renovation, because that's what they did here. They turned my older property, added value to it with the work that they did in there. Trades are amazing. They're going to come in. They're going to give you a plan of what they think that will work best for you. You have your idea. They have their idea. Look, man, they are A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You've got Google 5-star reviews. Everything is right there. People just echo what I've been telling you throughout the year. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right there. And there is still time right now. There's still time in 2026 to get that free estimate if you're a TSU listener. 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. For over 40 years, a father-son team making it happen right here for you. You are looking for a bigger space. You're looking to build a new home. They'll do that for you as well. So get a hold of those folks. They'll take care of you just like they took care of me, Bucky, Godbolt, and many, many, many Central Texans over the last 40 years. We build value into your home. That's not just what they say. That's exactly what they've done, and I have it firsthand right here in my property. It is McCall Custom Homes. Check them out today. So, yeah, very, very weird day yesterday when it came to everything that was going on with that Texas. I never, that was not anything that I foresaw. I thought with the running back hire of Jabbar, with coach, with that, I'm like, okay, that's probably going to be as good as it gets for a while. But look, I think the other part of that, Wags, that we were talking about with Will Muschamp is you do that and you're doing it at the right time, because that portal window has opened up. I mean, there's time right now where he can dig in and evaluate in the bowl game what he has and who may be kind of a diamond in the rough. So I like the timing of it. So it took me a while to understand.
So, and we'll get into some of the, the college. We got a bowl game tonight, or not a bowl game, but
bowl game on now.
But yeah, but I mean, we got Alabama and
You see Covert everywhere.
Keep pushing. You got all types of shit going on.
Wrong keyboard.
Wrong keyboard. We got the college slate to get into for this weekend. We also got the NFL slate, the remainder of the NFL slate to get into. Round number 2. But yeah, just going over a couple of these numbers here, just with the Texas defense last year, right? Or this past season. 20th in the league in terms of points per game, right? Only yielding 19.8. All right. 29th in terms of yards per game, right? The opponent's yards per game. 336 total yards. Points per play. 17th, and then Opponent's yards per play, 21st. Third down conversion, I would like to see a little bit better, but it's still 20, right? Or you're still 20th, right? At 34.9 conversion rate. So I'd like to see it down around the 20s and get off the field, 2 times out of 10, is when you're unsuccessful. But fourth down conversions, 36. Okay. Red zone scoring. Okay. This is probably the kick in the dick right here. All right. Opponent's red zone scoring, 81%. All right. That's 41st. Right. That's not going to cut it. Not going to cut it at all. That's just total defense, right? But on rushing, like, here's the kind of weird thing for me. Like, Coach Boone's known for being real heavy against the rush. Okay. I felt like our rushing defense was pretty damn phenomenal, right? 12th against rush play at 46.1, and then yards per rush only allowing 3 yards.
Yeah.
Right? Like forcing the team to come off forcing the team to go to the air. Like, so there was a lot of head scratching with this, but again, you got to roll these numbers out to Coach Boom and be like, hey man, we need better. If this is what you're coming here to do, you need to improve this. This is the upgrade that you need to have. So
right. It doesn't scream fire the defensive coordinator, right?
No. It's almost like, damn, bro, like, how can we get you in here? You know what I mean?
And that's the other part, like I was talking about. And again, I know 2 years ago, last year,
ninth in opponent's rush per game, yielding under 100 yards. Double R.
Yeah, and that's where I go to where the change. Wags, I'm sorry, this is a beat Georgia move. I mean, there's no other way around it. But my whole thing is a beat Georgia move would be get a play caller in here, but whatever. And maybe still, Chris Jackson is coming up. His contract's about to expire. I mean, maybe there's more moves. It's just weird for me now that, because one of the things that we've glowed about for the last couple of years and a half is that, boy, this staff stays intact, and that's beneficial for the program, and that helps grow the program and grow the standard. Now it's like this is going to be a drastically different coaching staff once we get rolling here, and changes. You have to spice it up.
And you say this is a Georgia move. I understand it. You want to see what Georgia's doing. He was an analyst at Georgia the past couple of seasons, so you bring him in and find out, hey, what's Kirby and the boys doing down there in Athens, right? What are some things that they're doing differently than we're doing here, and what can we shape up and kind of make some things happen? I get that 100%. I get it. But still, like, does it warrant the? And I keep going back to knee jerk because I don't have any other way to describe it, because I didn't expect Coach Kwiatkowski to be out of here. So it's just wild, man.
I would have been. I mean, I think I thought about it for a while at the end of the year. I'm like, maybe a move with Kyle Flood. Maybe you do something there. The running back thing, I mean, that made total sense, but everything where I thought that there should be, or could be changed, would be on the offensive side. And I mean, I guess that I'm just being led to believe, and I'm not sure that I'm sold on it, but I think that it's that the way the offense progressed, that the offense is okay, that the offense is good. You just need a more aggressive defense to beat Georgia. I mean,
Coach Kwiatkowski is going to get a job within days. I would think within days. Like, this is it. I don't know. Like, it sucks. I'll say that it sucks from one standpoint, but it's also exciting to have Coach Boone back. It's just wild to have anybody that you like get fired or lose their job. But counterpoint to that, he ain't gonna be missing a check for too long.
No,
he's good. If not even missing a check. But yeah, a lot to improve, or big shoes to fill, I should say. I guess you could improve some stuff on the passing side, right? We were a little bit deficient through the air, defending against the air. 125th in terms of opponents' pass play percentage there, ranking 53. Or 53%. And then opponent's completion through the air, 63.5. You'd like to see that come down drastically. But ultimately, man, the big indicator here, right? Like you can get after it in the sacks, and usually what sacks lead is to opponents throwing interceptions, but you just weren't able to come up with takeaways. And what's Coach Boom known for?
Yeah.
Takeaways, right? And so you bring that a little bit into your locker room, and you start bringing up these numbers. Interceptions thrown is 3.08%, so you rank 41st in that. You'd like to think that that's going to start coming down and getting better numbers, and hopefully turns into points leading to your way, right?
Yeah.
Takeaways usually turn into points, or that's what championship caliber defenses do.
Myrtle Beach Bowl is a 1 minute and 15 seconds in. Western Michigan's already up 14-0. Anyway,
that's what I'm talking about.
That's your bowl games. But I think where the defense, where
what
you
is
go
what does the Myrtle Beach Bowl offer?
A lot of golf. Go play golf.
No, my father lives there, but I'm saying and it's got some great golf there.
Yeah.
But what seriously, what's the prize? Are you getting a trip to Myrtle Beach?
That's not a bad spot. I mean, I enjoyed my time there.
I leave. My dad usually comes here when bike week is there.
Go ride the Ferris wheel, that big old Ferris wheel on the beach, but you can only do that a few times before it gets a little whatever. But I think back to the thing here with Muschamp and PK, the stats that you were talking about right there. I think it is, you go back to the red zone thing. I mean, and again, that's back to the aggressive defense of Will Muschamp, where I think that we will see the change there, and big play, locking down big plays. There were some big chunk plays that kind of got this defense at various points throughout the season, and I think that's where you see that you lock down. But the other part that I go to is, I personally think that Pete Kwiatkowski is a better recruiter than Will Muschamp. I think Will Muschamp is probably a more aggressive, better football coach, but I think that. But there's other people that can, kind of help. I say that, but I think Muschamp is going to be so pivotal in the portal. I hate to keep bringing up the portal because I fucking
but you have to bring up the portal because the portal is like
the immediate fix.
I want to say 30% of college football today.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's like that whole thing where you say, do you want to put a Band-Aid on something, or do you want to fix it? The portal, you fix it.
It makes absolute perfect sense for coaches to go into the portal and get a athlete or a football player that is polished up and calloused up and used to college speed, than to go get a high school. And I don't want to call them all soft, right? They're just not as callous
They're not ready
as first-year college kids or two or 1 or 2 year college kids.
Yeah, and that's where, look, I'm not a big follower of recruiting.
In the year of money, in the year of guaranteed money, it's better to throw a bag at something that than something that you don't know is even going to produce, right?
Yeah. I've never been a big recruiting guy. I watch a lot of high school football, but I watch high school football for the high school football aspect, not so much about. It's kind of creepy to me how we get giddy sometimes over 17 or 18-year-old dudes. I'm like, okay, whatever. But the fact is, it's a very small percentage that come out and are ready to go. I mean, that are ready to hit the field and go. That's where the portal right now, with the fixes that Texas has, like right now, when you bring in Muschamp and you've got a linebacker deficiency and you've got a secondary deficiency, you go in and you can solve that now. Where a dude coming out of high school, well, maybe in 3 years, 2.5 years, this is a guy that you can plug in. You ain't putting a Band-Aid on it.
Right.
You are fixing it. You are fixing it. And that's the good part about the portal. I just think that all the leverage that the kids have now kind of sucks. But I'm old.
Hey, man, it happens. Anything, where do you want to pivot to next, Migo?
Man, but the bottom line is just kind of button it all up for me. So at first I'm like, why?
Yeah, it didn't make sense.
Yeah,
right. It didn't make sense. Like I was, what's this for? Are we, kind of ushering in the next head coach? Kind of. That was my initial thought. Right. That's where I initially went.
You want me to tell you what I really thought when I saw that PK was not the defensive coordinator no more? I'm like, oh shit, what'd he do? What did he do?
No, sir. You know what though? It's weird because we've kind of been conditioned the past couple of weeks to think that, right? Like
Yes.
with Coach Moore or with Sharon Moore. I can't even say Coach Moore now. With Sharon Moore, and God, you want to talk about something that falls out. I mean, you want to take a bad situation and make it worse. Holy effing shit! Now that so that's the rumors that we kind of knew, but we just didn't have the official reporting that he went to the house and made threats, right? Like I didn't know that. Like I just thought that there was bad stuff, bad sexual stuff going down, inappropriate exchanges going down with a staff member. That's the only thing that I knew.
Yeah, and just it's something ongoing, and that's where it's like this is where you go back to WAGs to where we get to the mental health part, and it's like
that shit. But seeing this shit happen now, it makes you think like
it's hard not to go to that, right? It's
right. It's just awful. Like speaking of that state, it's just awful that we've been influenced to that.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
To the NFL.
By the way, this question right here, Rodney, I don't know if you're talking about our show. He's looking for the recruiting show. No, they're off today. They're at Jerry World. Those guys are, man, none of this other stuff matters to Jordan and those guys right now. They're over there getting ready to watch Smithson Valley and all those guys playing the state championship. So we're on till the end of the morning block. But Monday morning, Wags and I are actually going out in public. We're heading over to Sioux Patrick for a holiday edition.
Thank you, Jay. We appreciate it, Jay.
Holiday edition of Chaos Theory. Wags and I out in public. And come see us, meet us in person, crying out loud.
Don't think you want to do that.
Yeah, like that's a big thing, to where it's like, oh, people are going to like block their morning off to go to Sioux Patrick to meet you and me. Yeah.
Don't think you want to meet. I'm not exactly the best person to meet in public. Let's go to the NFL. You want to pivot to the NFL?
Let's go to the NFL, my man. So this is a big week. I mean, a big weekend after what we just saw last night. I'm fired up. And we play tomorrow, buddy. NFL Saturday, and it starts off with a good one.
So look, this is just my selfish take here. I like all the NFL on Sunday, right? I like having the 8 games, the 8-game slate. That way I can put every game up on the damn TV.
Yeah, sure.
And not miss one, right? That's just me.
Yeah.
I'll see you there, man.
Yeah, we'll be
you want
there.
to crack open a beer? You want to have a mimosa? I don't know if Jay will allow us to do that, but we'll make Monday morning a little bit special.
We can do it in the parking lot at Sioux Patrick because you park right out front.
Crack beers in the parking lot at Sioux Patrick.
Absolutely. I'll take a 6er if you guys want. But it's gonna be cheap beer.
I'm good, man. I'll eat bring some waffle. We'll do some waffle.
Well, we're gonna be driving, so we can't be getting into those shenanigans.
There are Ubers. There are Ubers.
Well,
all right, amigo. Let's get into the slate, man. Let's walk it down. Let's break it down and go over some of these lines here.
Let's do it. Rock and roll. I haven't pulled it up yet. I haven't pulled mine out. Pulled mine up yet. So let's get over here to the NFL. Where are we? What's NFL start with? An N. All right. Teams that score. Sorry. All right. Let's dive in. The National Football League. We start off with Saturday. And I'm not a big fan of Saturday NFL games. I just no. Eagles Commanders battle in the NFC East.
A little bit of a dud, but the Eagles are looking to stay alive, right? They're still trying to fly here. I don't think the Eagles struggle at all. I know that there's a little bit of hiccups going on with Jalen Hurts and tensions, I guess, are flaring up inside the locker room. But let me ask you a question. When the hell aren't tensions flaring up inside the Eagles locker room?
It seems like to me they thrive on that, doesn't it?
Right. It seems like they go through this bullshit, then they all have, a galvanizing moment in the locker room where the camaraderie is just, up off the flipping charts, and then Sirianni comes out there and cries, and the Eagles start to fly again. So
yeah, they really seem to be like, if it's calm, if there's calm waters, they just can't exist. I mean, in the years that they've had the Super Bowl runs with Sirianni and this, always a question about Jalen Hurts. Is Jalen Hurts the guy? I saw something this week where imagine if Joe Burrow got to Philadelphia, and I'm like, number one, would the Bengals be stupid enough to send him there? Well, yes, I guess they probably would be. But imagine Joe Burrow as the man with the fly Eagles fly. That would be fucking scary.
This sounds weird. I don't think it would work. I don't think Joe would work in that offense. I think he's too much of a statue. Or maybe not too much of a statue. I think he's been busted up too much for that. Like they definitely couldn't do the tush push.
Yeah, they might
Tush
break one of
it
it
out. I mean, you'll
Yeah.
have to bring in Saquon Barkley and bring him up underneath center for the tush push.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and the whole other part of that is, let's just say hypothetically that did happen. Jalen Hurts is going to get a job as fast as Pete Kwiatkowski, because I don't think that a lot of the problem with what happens with Philadelphia is Jalen Hurts. It's just, it's all the internal other stuff. But yeah, I mean, if Washington can win that game, and what is it?
The line's 7 right now. I know it's a divisional game, and it's supposed to be, no holds barred or anything can happen when you're playing in the NFC East. But Commanders ain't got it. No. The only reason why they beat the Giants last week is because the Giants let them win.
Yeah. Well, as they should. As we've had that.
You're playing for the number 1 draft, first overall draft.
Hell, you playing for Arch Manning? Come on. So
no, you're not. So I don't think the Giants are going to. Well, Arch Manning in 2 years, right? So you're going to trade out of that pick and acquire more picks. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll go with you. I think Philadelphia covers that. And then there you go. There's the late game, Saturday night special. Green Bay at Chicago. You got Chicago 1 and a hook there for the Chicago Bears. No, Micah Parsons.
It's weird seeing Green Bay with a worse record than the Chicago Bears, right? And again, it's only like by 500, but I think that changes after this week. I think Green Bay's, without a wide receiver, are firing on all cylinders. It's weird. It's weird to say that, but just Jordan Love just finds a way to make things happen, man. Yeah. And it's undersold, right? And it's under the radar because you're sitting here thinking, who's this guy got to throw to? When his tight end went out, when Kraft went out, basically that was the majority of his offense, or through his success through the air. So where's his productivity coming from? He's been able to spring it to all the wide receivers. Dobbs being able to get busy from time to time. He had a little bit of a valley, the past couple of weeks, but throughout the season, he's been able to make some big plays, and it really does go on the arm of Jordan Love here. But you sprinkle that in with a little bit of Jacobs coming out of the backfield. I think, I counted them out a few weeks ago. I just didn't think they had the tools, right? But somehow they find a way to persevere. And Green Bay, not only do they get past Chicago, I think they challenge the Rams. Ultimately, I think the Rams, like I said earlier, I think the Rams are going to be the team that represents the NFC in the Super Bowl. But ultimately, the Packers will be there to kind of contend for that. You got the Packers as 3. I think the Packers are 2. I think the Packers are the second best team in the NFC right now.
The Micah Parsons loss is going to be, because that's been a lot of your quarterback.
That's it too. Like, how do I reevaluate that? And I got to wait to see this week. That's a great point, man.
Well, and I think part of that's going to be where, let's just say that the Green Bay defense against Sam Darnold or Matt Stafford, to where you don't have the pressure from Micah Parsons, where those guys are not the most nimble and aren't going to take off and run, to where that might be the tipping point.
That could be their factor, right? That they can't counter that. So,
but Wags, you mentioned the Josh Jacobs.
Sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain. Can you imagine seeing Micah Parsons in that snow in the postseason getting after it? Now, I know it's not going to happen this year, but damn, like that was something that I was really looking forward to seeing. Like, just seeing how much of that beast can get after in the postseason in inclement and hellacious weather.
Just in this game right here, I mean, with this game against the Bears, and this is where that what do they call it, the black and blue division there in the NFC. I mean, these guys are going to get after it right here, and this is you were talking there about Jordan Love. I've got Packer friends that still question Jordan Love. It's like, well, I'm not sure that's the guy, and I'm like, well, you're comparing him to Aaron Rodgers, you're comparing him to Brett Favre with their long resumes.
Hold on. He's not the guy. What's his stats right now?
Yeah, to where it's like he's too inconsistent. I'm like, yeah, but he shows up when you need him to show up. I mean, this isn't. I mean, Sam Darnold kind of proved us wrong last night, but I mean, this isn't Sam Darnold where you get in a playoff game and you're not sure that that's your guy. Jordan Love, I don't question that guy at all. You may
Jordan
get
Love is
you may
seventh
get
in
an
the
off
league.
game, but he's going to answer in the long run.
Jordan Love is 7th in the league in terms of quarterback play. Well,
Yeah.
not in terms of quarterback play, but in terms of yards for quarterbacks through the air. And he's got 23 touchdowns and only 6 interceptions. I think Jordan Love's playing pretty damn good football.
He's pretty legit. Look, I mean, this guy, I've got Jordan Love in my head destroying my Dallas Cowboys. So to me, there's no question about this guy. And I know there have been times during the season to where
Jordan Love's just got almost the same numbers as Drake May. Drake May's got him by a couple hundred yards.
Totally. Yeah. So these Packer buddies of mine, I'm like, well, who do you want that's better? I mean, who are you going to supersede him with? I mean, he's the best quarterback in that division. I know Caleb has come. I think a lot of Caleb development.
I think your Packer friends are off their gourd there.
Yeah, my Packer friends are full of shit, I will tell you. But this is a big Caleb game. I mean, it's like, okay, let's see how far he really is. He ready to solidify this division championship against the Packers, even though that Micah Parsons isn't in there. 1.5 for Chicago. I'm taking Green Bay.
I'm taking Green Bay too. I know it's in Chicago. I know Micah Parsons. I know that's going to be daunting, but I think Chicago's still in for it, man. Green Bay. I think Green Bay's got the number.
Me too. I think it's just too much Packers. On to Sunday, the early block right there. Buffalo at Cleveland. Buffalo 10.5. Buffalo, don't lose this game. After last week, the inconsistencies of the NFL, Buffalo, God dog it. If you want to win that division, don't lose this one to Shador. I don't think they cover that, Wags, but I think Buffalo will.
No, I think Buffalo covers that 10.5.
You think so?
We'll see. We'll see how much Myles Garrett can disrupt Josh Allen. And everybody's still playing for a check, even though you're not be playing for the playoffs there.
What's he 1.5 sacks away? Is he 1 sack away? 1.5?
That's a good. I don't know where he is. Let me pull up the stats right here. But real quick though, 10.5, 41.5. What's the weather? 28. 28 is projected. I think you're good for that. I think you're good for that. That line probably comes down to like 10.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
So I think you're good for that.
I'm not sure they cover, but I think Buffalo does win.
Let me pull up these stats here for Garrett. I don't have the defensive sacks pulled up, and right now my computer is giving me the spin wheel. Double R. Sorry about that. Apologies.
That's all right. Let me take a look here and see where he is on stats. I think he was 1.5 sacks, maybe 2.5 sacks away last week.
21 and a half. 21
and a half. It's 23 to tie.
20. Yes, to tie. He's got to get 20. He's got to get Jordan. So
yeah. And who is that? So is that straight? Is Michael Strahan?
Mike Strahan.
Yeah. Oh, that was that Brett Favre sack.
It was the hey, I'm laying down.
Yeah, that was the John Cena move. That was the tap out. Did you see that? That was while I was on the road. Did you see John Cena's last match?
I did not see John Cena's last match, buddy.
I turned it on. It looked fake. Wags.
Well, it's all fake. Well, it's not fake. It's choreographed.
No, that's right.
You got to say it differently. All right, let's continue down the list, amigo.
All right, what we got here? Okay, let's go to another nooner. You got a nooner at AT&T Stadium. You got the Chargers and the Cowboys. Dallas at 1.5, 1.5 for the Cowboys at home, taking on that's a big game for the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers need this to stay in contention right there in the AFC West, the ever-changing AFC West that now does not have Kansas City in the playoffs. 1.5 for the Cowboys, now legitimately out of playoff consideration. I keep hearing ways that they could get in, but I think it takes Philadelphia losing both, and I don't know who else, but Cowboys defending the home turf. I think Dallas does defend the home turf. I think the Cowboys come out and put on a pretty spirited effort right here to continue moving forward for Coach Shoddy.
Yeah, Dallas is still playing. Remember, they're not eliminated yet.
They could be by the time that game starts. They could be.
They could be, right? They still need some help, okay? Give me shit, man. I think Herbert goes off, honestly, dude. I think the Chargers beat Dallas.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. Dallas is really good at home, man. They are really good at home. They really seem to that environment has really apparently gotten inviting for the Cowboys. I need to get back over there and experience a home game because I have had friends that have gone to games this year and they're like, dude, it's electric in there. I'm like, okay, never was before. I'm taking the Cowboys.
I'm gonna go with Herbert and the crew for the Chargers, the Bolts here.
These are the two teams that fail in big spotlights.
True. I didn't think that the Chargers would be able to kind of maintain this, right? But they've been able to find some type of reprieve or spell with Vidal. Vidal Sassoon, if you like, how you like to call him there. But no, so Vidal can hurt you out of the backfield too, right? He can, kind of be on a mismatch with a linebacker here, and Herbert has found ways to kind of get him involved in the passing game, but also he's explosive out of the backfield too. You kind of he's a little bit on the smaller side, so you kind of miss where he's at, and then he can just kind of hit that explosive button and take off. But also like Herbert, he just finds a way to get McConkey in it. Like Ladd has been able to dominate inside the hatches, which is weird because I didn't think that this dude would have an NFL career. I just didn't. Like I didn't think that he'd be able to get the separation, but that's his best attribute. Like his footwork just gets 3 to 4 yards of separation off of every cut that he makes. So, and he's not going to burn you deep, but Herbert's known for the strong arm, right? Who's going to be the guy that steps up for Quentin Johnson? And right now, I mean, I think there's, signs that Quentin Johnson or QJ is going to be questionable. I don't foresee him playing at all. He's roughed up that bad. So again, that takes away from the deep ball for Herbert there. I'd like to think that even with all that, Dallas's defense is just banged up in the secondary. I think they find a way. It's only 1.5.
Yeah.
I think Chargers coming in spoil.
I had a funny feeling hearing this is like a Keenan Allen type of game for the Chargers, where this dude
he's gonna have to find the fountain of youth. So,
well, that still happens. Russell Wilson, for crying out loud. This is where these guys find that against Dallas at home. So yeah, I'll go with Dallas. You take Kansas City there. Now this is really weird to be saying this, that the Kansas City Chiefs playing a game in week 17 or 16, 17, whatever it is, on the road at Tennessee. Kansas City out of playoff contention without Patrick Mahomes. Kansas City at Tennessee. Kansas City at -3.
Kansas City's dead, right?
Yeah, it's like what kind of
there is a scenario here, right? So I'm in a little bit of a selfish conversation right here. I have Zay Worthy going up for Kansas City this week, right? Do I start Zay Worthy? Great matchup for him, but what's Kansas City playing for? They're just playing for paychecks, right? First time or do they come out firing and just pissed off because there's nobody, there's nothing to play for. Patty Mahomes not in.
Yeah.
They got to find something. There is, do I roll out Zay Worthy, even with the great matchup? Because we talked about it. It takes 2 to tango in terms of quarterback play and wide receiver connection. A little bit of debacle here, Zay. A little bit of a debacle here, Rodney.
Wrong black guy.
Hey, man, I only see one color, buddy.
I know, that's right. I think Kansas City, I mean, just the way that this has fallen off the track, and I don't think that you want to come out and lay an egg and lose to Tennessee, for crying out loud. And I think the other part of it, like you talk about the Giants, if you're Tennessee, hell, you don't want to come out and beat Kansas City. So I think Kansas City would probably win this by 10. I think you do see an effort from Kansas City. This team is just not wired that way to come out and, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure they're crushed. I know their fan base is crushed. Like I said, I was there when it went down, and they're just they're not used to this. But yeah, give me the Chiefs here, Wags. They'll cover this. I mean, you're not going to lose to Tennessee. I mean, are you? I mean, that's
we say this, right? But this is, again, we're playing for paychecks here.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, and if you're Tennessee, I mean, how motivated are you? I mean, going back to that, because you are at this point. I mean, you're playing for draft.
I just don't know how much
status.
faith I can put. I don't know how much faith I can put in Gardner Minshew, right?
Yeah, well, there's that part. And I think that that's something that we see Kansas City do in the offseason, to where possibly I think backup quarterback has maybe been a something that they don't even really think about there. I think you probably go out and try to find you somebody a little bit better that's going to suit, because the offense will change, I think, because you don't have a dynamic playmaker that can turn chicken shit into chicken soup.
Here's the reason why this intrigues me, because if you go with Tennessee here, I feel like if it's a good line, right? -3, Chiefs are favored by 3, right, on the road. Okay, you got Cam Ward playing at home, going up against, again, they're not the championship Chiefs, right? But they still have a little bit of that marquee to their name, to that signage, right? I'm feeling it. I think I'm feeling a little froggy here. I think I'm going to take a flyer. I'm rolling with the Titans.
Taking the Oilers.
I wouldn't advise my clients here to do this, but I'm going to do it. It feels like a game that can be maybe a signature game for Cam for the year, right? Right. Yeah. I don't know if Gardner Minshew's got the tools, but I don't know if he's going to be able to put all that shit together and be what do they call them things at the damn be the composer, right?
The composer.
The maestro. I don't know if he's going to be able to be the maestro there. So
yeah, we'll see. He's going to have to get up there and go. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Gardner Minshew. I'll take.
I'm taking Tennessee. I'm taking Tennessee. Wrong team favored. Tennessee at home.
Nice.
Give me the risk.
Still in that noon block, noon Central Time.
High risk, high reward here. Okay. Yeah. High risk, high reward here.
Here's one that I'll be watching. Just because I'm very curious to see. You got Cincinnati. I think they're still saying they're in the hunt. They're not. Against the Quinn Ewers led Miami.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go with Quinn. I'm going to take Quinn. Going up against a banged up Bengals defense that just shit the bed in points allowing, right? Like they allow, not just allowing the opposition's points to score, but from what I remember, their defense can't stop a wet blanket or
a bleeding nosebleed. Yeah.
Can't stop a nosebleed. I got my sayings mixed up.
Yeah. I'm going with Quinn. And Quinn, I believe.
Hold 4.5 right now. 4.5.
They may not cover that. They may win by a field goal, but I'm going with the Dolphins.
Here's what I'm envisioning, right? A-Chain's been fantastic the past couple of weeks. Bengals maybe get honed in on him a little bit. Quinn finds a way to carve up the middle of the field with Jalen Waddle. We've been talking about, is Waddle done? Do we move on from Waddle or not? Find a way to get him involved in that intermediate passing game that Quinn's so great at, right? And you turn a 5-yard slant into a 60-yard touchdown dash. I'm not saying that it will happen. I'm saying it's got high potential to happen, right? A lot of speed on there. Maybe Quinn finds a way to get that check down going to A-Chain there. Give me the fish. Give me the fish.
I'm taking the fish.
Give me the fish.
And I'm taking my heart out of that.
Team favorite. Give me the fish.
I think what Ewers needs to do what he did so well here is manage the game. His pre-snap reads, all of that is so good. And that's one of the things that he talked about. I was going to pull the sound, cut it up, but I forgot. Where he talked about, they said, how do you think that you are ready for this? He said, because I've been studying, I've been preparing. And I think that he sits and he watches this. And I'm going with Ewers and the fish here. Give me the fish. I hope he wins that job.
What Bear brings up about A-Chain and Waller here, Waller probably more than A-Chain. Like Waller, I forget how well Quinn Ewers utilizes his tight ends, right? And when you have a versatile athlete like Waller at the tight end position here, this dude, we saw what he was able to do with Sanders, back on the 40. I'm thinking that he can kind of rekindle that stuff and try and find that magic with the tight end of Waller here too, man. Great point here by Bear.
Yeah, and it's going to be a frigid 83 degrees at Hard Rock Stadium. that factors in nicely for Quinn.
Tough weather, huh? Tough weather in the tundra of Miami there.
Go get them, Fish. And then at noon, why are we even playing this game? Jets and Saints.
Because they got to earn their paycheck. That's why they got to earn their paycheck. Yeah, and sucks because I had Devin Neal too.
Oh, he scored last week.
Rookie running back out of Kansas. He's hurt now. It's just the Saints are losing the battle of attrition almost every week. They can't even keep their locker room intact. Hosting the Jets and giving 6 here.
But to your point there about the Saints, the stupid Saints happen to win games that they shouldn't. I'm like, guys, what are you doing?
Yeah, the Saints actually bumped me out of my Survivor League. I picked the Giants to beat the Saints.
I know.
And the Saints actually tore up the Giants that week. So
Wags, that's
up, Jack? We see you, buddy.
That's the thing about it, Wags, to where like when we talk about these teams need to be in losing mode, these guys are prideful. These guys, like you keep saying, are playing for a paycheck. You don't go out there and you don't lay an egg. I mean, you don't.
Well, unless you are the Bengals, to what producer Jake brings up a good point. It is tank mode or tank season now is it? It was supposed to be tank mode when Joe Burrow got hurt.
Yeah, exactly. I mean that I'm still surprised that dude came back, and that's where I'm like, did they make him do that or did he do it on his own?
Mind-boggling.
I mean, when he's saying I'm not having fun, that makes me think, okay. They made him come back.
Right. So we go from a game that has no meaning at all, but to paychecks, to a game that is for all the marbles here. Panthers and Bucks. I
thought you meant Vikings and Giants.
No. Nope. I mean, if you're talking about first round overall or first overall draft pick, then sure. But yeah, Buccaneers and Panthers. I did not think that I would be saying that the Panthers and the Buccaneers would be playing for the pivotal division crown, right? Look, 4-2 at home, the Panthers are against 4-3, the Bucks on the road. What do you like here, Double R?
Man,
this is by 3.
This is where because like I mentioned with the Panthers, it's like to watch them play, it's like they shouldn't be in this position. But then when you look at this, both teams are 7-7, which I wouldn't have thought that Tampa Bay would have been 7-7. And I guess that's where, as I like to say, Tampa Bay came back to the division right here. Tampa Bay's on a hellacious skid right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
You got to get yourself right here.
Lost a bad way to lose last week too, right?
Yeah, and that's at home. What are we? Tampa, 3. I'm gonna say wrong team favored, Wags. I'm going with the home team, man.
I think Mike Evans coming back another week under the belt, or gets a little bit more health. His legs back under him, his wind back into him. So
yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Like the Panthers, Bucks got a dominant run defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
A pretty damn nasty defense overall, or in general. There's been Gibbs has been able to run against this defense, though. And again, I'm mentioning top running backs in the league. Gibbs has been able to find a way to get against them. Cook's been able to find a way to get them. Bijan Robinson has found a way to kind of get after this Bucks defense. Can the tandem of Hubbard and Rico make this thing happen, right? If they can get after and kind of make this a manageable game and kind of keep that offense off the field and not allow, but even if you keep them off the field, they have quick strike ability and
try to string the game out.
That's the thing. I just think Tampa Bay has too much, and they'll just win. And it's not even, you can sit here and roll the line out all you want. I think Tampa Bay is good for 7. Three is the line right now. I think Tampa's good for 7.
I think Carolina is going to do exactly what you're talking about right there. Extend the drives, and
they have to. That's their only way that they'll be able to kind of manage this game and keep it in control of theirs. Right? They have to dictate the flow of the game. If they allow the Bucks to do it, they're going to be done.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Wags, from a fantasy standpoint, because we've gotten this the same question from the 85-16 in the last hour. So in a PPR, looking for a flex, whether it be Hampton, Mike Evans, or George Pickens, the question coming in there. So this is it's a 512 85.
Can you reread that? I'm sorry, I've been reading something.
In a PPR league, looking for a flex, whether it be Hampton, Evans, or George Pickens.
I gotta go with Evans, right? Like and maybe it's just based off of prisoner of the moment and my emotions right now, but Evans not going to get that 1,000-yard year for the first time in his career, I think. I'd like to think, and again,
some good choices.
Yeah, you're in a pretty good predicament, but I'd like to think Evans. PPR, I'd like to think Evans. Evans is probably going to be targeted 10 to 13 times, I would think, by Baker.
You need Evans right now. Yeah.
Right.
If you're Tampa,
and also like the red zone threat as well. Evans, we're probably going to see a multiple touchdown day for Mike Evans. So
I think so.
Hampton's probably the safer choice because it's a running back, but ultimately I think you're going to see a lot of targets for Mike Evans.
Yeah. And George Pickens may not want to play this week. So there's always that part. Again, I think it could be a big George Pickens week. But that obviously one of the marquee games there with the Bucks and the Panthers. I will take the Panthers. I think they'll, for now, ease up into the lead. And again, that's another division to where it's going to play itself out until the final whistle at the end of the year. Into the 305 bracket, Wags. Here we go. The hierarchy of the AFC, just like we predicted. Jacksonville and Denver. Just like we
Denver
back in July.
3.5 here for the Broncos. Jacoby Myers just extended by the Jaguars. You good with this?
I don't know what they paid him, but I don't think I would break the bank for this guy. But try to find that. I think that's a good move. I think that's a solid move. I think that's a solid move for them. Shit, I lost it.
Let me look up this contract real quick here. Jacoby Myers extension.
Yeah. Denver at 3 and a hook as we go into this.
3 years, $60 million. The Jaguars gave Jacoby Myers, and
I'm good with that.
Are you? Is Myers a one?
No, but I think that he's maybe a 1B, where if you can find a one, a George Pickens.
What's a 1B? What's a wide? Is he a one or not?
No, he's a 2 for crying out loud.
Okay,
he's a 2.
1B.
He's a Roman numeral 2.
We're not talking about Chase and Higgins here. Is Jacoby Myers a number 1 for Jacksonville?
1AA. That's where, like,
get the hell out of here.
You put that dude in there.
1B. 1B. I love you, dude.
1B. BR 549.
You're just such a nice guy. You don't want to be critical. I get it.
Fucking BR 549, my man. That's what he is. You remember that? BR 549. Who that uncle? Wasn't that dude named Pickens too? Wasn't that guy's name George Pickens? Wrong George Pickens. That was a cowboy.
I don't know. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, Myers to me is not number 1 material to me. You have $60 million. Maybe you're getting him on a discount, I guess, in this day and age. And maybe you think he's going to blossom into something special. He was able to make something happen with Geno Smith, right?
Yeah.
I guess, and I just never thought that he was a number 1 for Vegas. Maybe he gets some complimentary football, with the pieces that are over at Jacksonville. I can't see him as a solidified 1. And
well,
to give 1 money, that's I don't know. Go with what you know, I guess, right? And maybe Coach Cohen can, thinks he can find a way to kind of scheme him into making magic happen.
Yeah, well, and that's the other part of this with Jacksonville is it does, and again, it seems like that we've seen kind of shades with Jacksonville to where the GQ man himself with the long, beautiful hair,
Sunshine. You can call him Sunshine.
That Sunshine is is finally starting to meet those expectations. But here's the other part about it, to where I know we still got a lot of football to play right now.
They popped off 48 against the Jets, dude.
Right. Well, exactly. But this is where I go back to with Sunshine, to where it's like he's just never met expectations. He had a good year before and then fell off the cliff. And I know that we're a long way from 2026 in the NFL season, but it's like, does he do it again? But that's to be determined.
I mean, they're kind of building something if you think of it,
like it, right?
I'm a big fan of Brian Thomas Jr. He's good, awesome size for me. Kind of built like an Anquan Bolden or a Debo Sweeney.
Debo Sweeney.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep calling him. I'm gonna keep calling him that for.
I love that, dude.
I'm gonna keep calling him for the remainder of the year. Debo Sweeney
till he quits.
Take the blend of both of them, right?
Yeah. They resemble each other.
Yeah, one of their brothers, their family.
You need to get one of them Chat GPT, where you mold them together, where it's like, here's what our kids would look like.
Just do a blend mesh of their faces.
Yeah. Why do people do that? To where it's like they match themselves with a celebrity. Here's what our kid would look like. You ain't having a kid with Sydney Sweeney. I ain't having a kid with Sabrina.
Oh, I saw some shit. I'm speaking of Sydney Sweeney. I saw some shit. It ended up being fake news. It's fake, but it was. I'll talk to you about it in a second. I don't want to lose my train of thought. But Jacksonville's they're building on something here, man.
I think
they got some pieces, right? Thomas Jr. I guess you can say Myers. Myers complements the offense. I'll say that. I don't know if he's a one, but he definitely complements the offense, right? ETN being able to have his moment and limelight with the passing attack as well. It's Strange too. They're tight end Strange, big body, big piece to move around in the red zone for a target there. I like what they're able to do, man. And Kansas City, not being the team that usually beats up on some of the smaller guys. We were talking about, which team is going to take over for the South. The Texans have the best defense. One of the best defense. I'll say that, but I think Jacksonville's about to take that crown away from them, man.
Yeah, I think
if not this season, I think Coach Cohen takes the crown within a year.
Yeah, I kind of think of Jacksonville and Carolina the same way, to where they're going to get in the playoffs this year and get bounced pretty quick. But I'm more confident that Jacksonville is building better for the future. Well, with Carolina, I'm like,
I think Jacksonville could make a run, man.
They might.
So here's the thing. It depends. Obviously, it depends on where they play, right? If they go up and play a team in the North, they're probably going to get bounced.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. Let's continue down the slate.
Again, here's Falcons and Cardinals.
Banger of a game right here.
Don't even really need to talk about that one. In that 325 window.
If you got Bijan Robinson, then
Bijan Robinson. Yeah, there you go, right there.
Or McBride. You got Trey McBride. You're probably going to have a nice little slice of McBride prize. So.
And Kyle Pitts will probably have 2 catches for 8 yards in this game, because
or one. He'll have 8 targets, 1 reception.
Or he's going to twist his ankle getting off the bus and not even play. So that's your Kyle Pitts update for the week. In that 325 window, Steelers at Lions. This is massive here. Detroit trying to stay in the incredible race in the NFC. Pittsburgh trying to keep their lock on the division. Steelers, oh man, Detroit cannot stub their toe right now. I mean, they seem to be. We seem to be seeing more of a Detroit team that we're used to, with the kind of the spearheading 2-headed running back attack and Jared Goff and a better defense. But man,
I've been wrong on Detroit. Like I didn't think Detroit would be able to kind of keep pace when Laporta went down, and they didn't have Laporta being out for the rest of the season. Like I just didn't know where they'd find a way to kind of supplement, that passing attack. But they found the speed in Williams to kind of move across, find crossing routes, across the middle of that field. And whenever teams can't play them in man, if teams try and play Detroit in man, they're going to get smoked. Between I'm on St. God damn, I can't say his fucking name right now.
Amon-Ra
St. Brown. Thank you.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it all out, man.
Well,
between he and Williams, dude, they got absolute speed. Now you're starting to see Gibbs, right? You're starting to see Gibbs
and Montgomery
into the passing game too, right? We know Gibbs can burn you on the edge, but now that he's catching balls from some golf here. Detroit might have found a way to kind of make some magic happen even without Laporta.
And that's the other part about it, where the running attack, where you have, I mean, where Montgomery, it's like Montgomery, boom, you hit him in there, and Montgomery, you know, with
Gibbs, it's probably the best tandem in the league, right?
I think
the best running back tandem in the league.
I really do. Detroit, 7. Wow, that's I don't know.
I think they're good for that. Steelers don't have a great defense.
That's true. And you're kind of leaning on a, I don't know, dare we say that it's not a one-dimensional offense for Pittsburgh.
It's pretty one-dimensional. It's worn.
Yeah.
It's worn. They might get some passes here and there, but it's usually on the totes of Warren. So
right. And you don't have the Aaron Rodgers that can kind of just take off and whatever. I mean, I'll take that.
Where is Hutchinson at on sacks?
That's a good question. That is a good question.
Hold tight. I'll pull that up in just a second here.
But yeah, Detroit at home. I think Detroit covers that. I do think Detroit covers that, but and that only tightens up that north, especially with the game that we'll talk about here in just a minute, because
so Hutchinson's at 9.5, right? But also Muhammad is at 9. So this pass rush of the defensive, I guess you could call it 7 for Detroit, could be throwing fits for Aaron Rodgers here. So I mean, might not be a great day for Aaron Rodgers, amigo. I'm saying that line's good for Detroit, and you could probably tease it up if you're looking for a bigger
10?
return.
Maybe
on
10? 10 on that? You give it 10?
Yes. 52 and a half is the over. Yeah, you can make it 10 on that.
Especially in Detroit, I think that you probably could.
Yeah, you can probably tease that up to 10.
Yeah.
And be okay.
Yeah. A couple left here with about 5 minutes left in our 2 hour. Okay. 2 hours is nice, right? That 1 hour, it's like rush.
I like 2 hours a lot better because I don't feel rushed to get everything out. Like, I feel like we can take our time and start talking about other things. You can start moving and, bringing in culture conversations as well. We didn't feel rushed to get the Will Muschamp out of the way. We were able to talk about him in detail about it. So, and talk about his schemes too. So if you missed any of that, make sure you go back to hour number 1 and check that out. Like the videos as well, guys.
So speaking of culture, since we do have time, what were you going to say about Sydney Sweeney?
Oh, so there's a rumor going around that Zion Williamson slipped into her DMs, but it's fake. It's all fake. It's AI. It's generated stuff, right? But it's a generated screenshot, AI screenshot of Zion Williamson asking her if she likes Roblox or likes to play this game called Roblox.
Yeah.
And she's like, "No, why are you asking?" He goes, "I don't know why I'm asking. I'm just trying to fuck." And like, and it's all generated. It's completely fabricated. It's made up. He did not do that. He's dating some girl. I don't know her name, but they both came out and said that it's been a false made up screenshot. So
did you see when she went to the
somebody sent it to me and I was just like, let's look into it and let's see what the hell is going on and
do some reporting. You got to do reporting.
You got to do your due diligence, man, especially for anything that you find on Instagram. So.
Well, and it's like, did you see when she went to the NASCAR race? I don't remember what race it was, maybe the finale, and people were trying to hook her. It's Sydney Sweeney. We're trying to hook her up with William Byron, and it's like people were trying to make them a couple because Austin Dillon took William Byron to meet her, and he was all nervous or whatever, and they're like, this could be a couple. I'm like, she shook his hand.
Well, narratives. People's narratives.
People are crazy.
In that Raiders and Texans there, amigo.
Raiders and Texans.
14.
Cool. Oh, come on, Pete Carroll. Chew that gum and cover that.
14's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points, dude. I know it's a home game for the Texans. It's just the offense is improving. I mean, the defense is smoldering, but that's an awful lot of points in the NFL.
I'm going to take the Raiders.
I am too.
Just because of the line. And I know Vegas knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
But
yes.
14 points in pro football is a lot of points.
Yeah, yes, that is a lot of points. In the words of one of my great friends, that's too much.
We're talking about hold on now. Let's walk through it. Okay. It's a lot of points. I'm not finished with the thought. It's a lot of points. However, it's the best defense in the league going up against
Ashton Genty.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Bauer. But how's Bauer's going to get the ball?
Yeah. Yeah. And this
14 can that defense keep the Raiders to a margin of, and look, the line's 37.5, right? So if that's the deal, it's all going to be Texans. Right?
Yeah. This is, I think that
I'm going to say stay away from 14 points is just way too much.
It does.
Stay away.
This is where I go to the spread wags. That's where the prideful thing that we're talking about and playing for paychecks and all that. It's like, okay, if you're the Raiders, you probably don't want to win the game, but you want to. Don't go out there and get beat by 14 points, for crying out loud. That's. Come on, man. You're a paid professional. I don't care.
Sure.
Give
me Raiders to stay within this thing. Give me Raiders to cover. Right? Raiders don't win, of course, but give me Raiders to cover.
Yeah, Raiders cover, Texans win, and the AFC South gets even tighter, I think, as we go in.
And you can do this. You can do what Beaver Lance Jason's saying. You can tease it to 7 and throw 2 teams in a parlay. You could absolutely do that if you want. I'm going to say stay away.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Stay away. 49ers and Colts. You think the 49ers still have a chance, but how does Phil Rivers feel about that?
Phil Rivers is going to come out and survive. They're not going to cart him off. Did you see? I saw these stats about his release, how fast he was releasing the ball on Sunday. It's like, he was like the quickest release in those stats. I'm like, no shit.
That's
no
fantastic. Shit. He's got to do that. How about the Colts and 49ers, though? What do you feel about this? 5.5?
Yeah. I think the 49ers will take care of this. It's a 49ers team that I think is about to give a little push right here. And
I'd like to think that
Indy's
I'd like to think the Colts can find a way to make this work with Phil Rivers. Phil Rivers knows how to utilize a tight end. They have a fantastic tight end with TJ Warren. Pierce and Pittman can get it done. I saw somebody's question about Pittman for their fantasy. If you could roll it back, or I guess I could scroll up and try and find it before we get out of here. But I wouldn't. I'm kind of off on Pittman right now, right? Just because I don't know the kind of productivity that we're going to get with Phil Rivers. I don't think he's going to want to stretch the field and kind of get it to his wide receiver.
It doesn't work with Rivers like it does with
right. I think he's going to try and play it safe, and which is weird because he didn't utilize his tight ends last week, but I think he finds a way to kind of make him involved in their scenario too. But it's going to be a wild one. I think Colts find a way to make this happen. The injury-riddled 49ers, I know they're trying to keep pace, but I think they actually get a little bit of a speed bump against Indianapolis this week.
A lot of Jonathan Taylor. It's a 49er defense. You don't have, Fred Warner.
It's busted up.
Yeah, that's kind of been the thing, but they've still found ways to win. We missed one, Wags, a pretty important one on Sunday night, Patriots and Ravens. So this is, depending on what happens with Pittsburgh, if Pittsburgh falls to Detroit, here's the Ravens at 7-7 with a chance to get back. They are back in that race. Baltimore at -3 at home against.
Wrong team favored. Give me New England.
Me too. I'll take that.
Very disappointing loss last week against the Bills. I think Patriots kind of find a way to bounce back from that and right the ship. I think they take care of business against Baltimore.
And I think that's a big thing right there to where we talk about a young team right here with Drake May. How do the Patriots respond to getting beat that way? And I think that they respond in a positive way.
They're undefeated on the road. Undefeated on the road this year.
Yeah. And they got a head coach that's going to come out and put his foot in their ass this week. So, yeah, that's your NFL slate.
We got college football tonight, Alabama and Oklahoma. Where are you at, sir?
Alabama and Oklahoma. I'm telling you, give me Bama. As much as and it's hard for me to say that I want OU to win. I want OU to win to see what happens with Kalen DeBoer. To just watch the chatter to see if that Michigan thing really becomes something that's going to be tomorrow morning when we wake up.
Friday forecast. for our Friday forecast here, what happens over the weekend
with the games?
No, take your prediction with the board. Does the board move? Do we get news that the board moves to Michigan?
DeBoer wins and he's stuck in Tuscaloosa because Oklahoma can't.
Boy, I never thought I'd hear somebody say that they're stuck in Tuscaloosa.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that weird? Where it's like, damn, I got to coach Alabama. And I mean that's not to say that
what a pain in the ass. What a pain in the ass to coach the Crimson Tide.
Isn't it crazy that we're sitting here and it's like Michigan doesn't have a coach, Penn State doesn't have a coach? Jeez.
If we did not answer your fantasy football questions, make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags, or reach out to me on Instagram, or go to the Discord. Go to the Discord for Texas Sports Unfiltered and put your fantasy football questions in there. I will get back to them, I promise.
Yes, ask him. Don't ask me.
I still have Collier. Remember Collier from the radio station? Collier, hits me up every week. What about this guy? What about that guy? Yes, I got to get back to Clyde there. So again, I will not leave you hanging. I promise. I'll answer in the best of my ability. All right.
That's right. And remember, we're back on Monday. So we've got shows on Monday and Tuesday, and then off Wednesday through Friday. So when we've got time, and we are live at St. Patrick.
Thank you, baby Jesus.
That's it. So we'll be at St. Patrick up next here on TSU, and it's on the app because you go to the app at 11 o'clock. Our friends over at Texas Platinum break down the hiring of Will Muschamp as the Longhorns' new DC, which is the conversation that is just hot and heavy going on right now. The Longhorns are like the Dallas Cowboys. Even though you're not in the national championship, you do shit and you're still in the meat of every conversation happening. Who cares about Alabama and Oklahoma? Let's talk about Will Muschamp as the new DC at Texas. Fun program, man. I like this. This is cool.
Thank you guys for watching.
Yep, absolutely.